Chapter 1895. Fourth update. In Chaos Ghost City, the Ghost Mother Tree continued to grow at a rate of 1 meter at a time. The area covered by its branches was also expanding. In the Heavenly Ghost Wasteland, Chunzong was constantly killing ghost beasts, looking for ghost beast kings to test his sword. In the past few days, as many as 10 ghost beast kings had died under Chunzong's sword. The ghost hunters he obtained was equivalent to killing 5 normal ghost beast kings. It was very obvious. The sword aura he had comprehended by attaching his consciousness to the Ghost Mother Tree spread like roots, destroying all life. It was also becoming more and more perfect. It was integrated into the sword moves comprehended by the One Heart Sutra, making them more and more powerful. At the same time, Chunzong also felt that the oppression was growing and spreading. The malice seemed to be getting more and more obvious and intense. The 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, 35 divisions, were mobilized, led by the Ghost King Division. The Ghost Generals were mobilized. The Ghost Kings were mobilized. The army gathered and headed straight for Chaos Ghost City. The 35 divisions stopped fighting temporarily. Each division sent out 1 Ghost King, 1,000 Ghost Generals, and 10,000 elite Ghost Soldiers. The Black Mass quickly advanced toward the Heavenly Ghost Wasteland. 35 Ghost Kings, 35,000 Ghost Generals, and 350,000 elite Ghost Soldiers. It was as if dark clouds were pressing down, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. The momentum was so strong that it almost materialized. It was as if the ghosts covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, many Ghost Kings in the Heavenly Ghost Wasteland trembled in fear. The aura of the Ghost Clan army was too strong. Even the Ghost Beast Kings did not dare to face it head-on. They could only dodge. Chaos Ghost City also received the news. Ghost King Xian Lai gathered all the Ghost Kings in the Ghost King Alliance. There was a great disparity in strength in this battle. Should they fight or retreat? The difference in numbers between 11 Ghost Kings and 35 Ghost Kings was obvious. Moreover, the Ghost King in the lead was the first Ghost King of the Ghost King Division, Ghost King Xian Mo. That was the powerful Ghost King who had always suppressed Ghost King Xian Lai. Whenever he thought of Ghost King Xian Mo, Ghost King Xian Lai was filled with anger. Fight! Ghost King Xian Lai roared in a low voice. No one is allowed to retreat from this battle. Xian Lai's red eyes swept across the Ghost Kings, sending chills down their spines. Ghost King Xian Lai was very dangerous in this state. Since that's the case, let's fight. So what if there was a great disparity in strength? Fight to the death. With Ghost King Xian Lai as the leader, he gathered all the forces in Chaos Ghost City. Unfortunately, the time was not right. If he had more time, the Ghost Mother Tree would grow to 2,000 meters tall and would start to gather the power of the Ghost God. At that time, he would be able to trigger the power of the Ghost God and summon the phantoms of the Ghost God to possess him, increasing his combat power by a few folds. Assemble. The forces of the 36 ghost sects were all gathered in the sky above the city walls of the Chaos Ghost City. The ghost beasts under the command of the Ghost Beast Division were also assembled into an army. Speaking of which, the chaotic Ghost City's strength was quite good. There were over 10,000 ghost generals and over 1 million ghost soldiers. The aura they gave off was quite shocking. In terms of numbers alone, they were superior to the 35 Ghost Clan armies. However, in terms of the number of powerhouses, there was a gap. This battle was extremely disadvantageous for chaotic Ghost City. However, they had no choice but to fight. Even if he escaped, where could he escape to? If the Chaos Ghost City was gone, he could build another one. However, what about the Ghost Mother Tree? It was a great stroke of luck to be able to obtain one now. Next time, there was no hope at all. One should know that they had plotted for thousands of years to obtain the Ghost Mother Tree, but they had never succeeded. Moreover, the purpose of the 35 Ghost Clan armies was obvious. They were going to completely destroy the Chaos Ghost City. In that case, let's fight. We'll do our best and fight to the death. Chunzong felt an astonishing pressure surging like waves. It was so heavy that he found it difficult to breathe. However, at the same time, There was a surge of excitement in the depths of his heart. Perhaps after this battle, he would be able to devour enough of the Ghost Clan's will to leave the Ghost Clan and return to Tianyuan Sanctuary. However, the prerequisite was that he had to ensure that he could survive this battle. Once he died, everything would be for naught. The army pressed in like a black cloud. It was as if they were rolling over and crushing everything in their path. Their aura was unparalleled like the waves of the sea. This kind of aura was crazy and violent. It was as if they were going to crush the Ghost Clan. In comparison, Chunzong immediately noticed the difference. Although there were more Ghost Clan soldiers in the Chaos Ghost City, the Ghost Clan soldiers were all elites. If one were to make a comparison, it was as if the other party was a well-trained regular army, while the Ghost Clan army in Chaos Ghost City was like a militia. A militia against a regular army was like a flock of sheep against a pack of wolves. Perhaps among the Ghost Clan, the gap was not that big, but there was still a gap. A slight gap was enough to turn the tide of the battle. At this point, no matter what, this battle was unavoidable. They could only fight to the end. Fight, fight, fight. The will to fight grew in their hearts. Their aura surged. The Ghost Clan kings of the 35 Ghost Clans led their Ghost Generals and Ghost Soldiers to close in. They stopped when they were 10,000 meters away. The Ghost Clan kings and Shin demons flew 100 meters away. Their dark and domineering eyes swept across the crowd, bringing about an astonishing pressure. Finally, their eyes landed on the Ghost Clan King Xianlai. Chunzong's body involuntarily trembled as the Ghost King's dark and domineering eyes swept across him. A deep chill surged from the depths of his body as he secretly became extremely vigilant. The power in his body also seemed to unconsciously circulate. How terrifying! Xianlai, give up the Chaos Ghost City and return to the headquarters. The Ghost Clan King, Shin Demon, spoke. His voice was slightly low, as if it contained some kind of magic. It sounded as if it directly penetrated the eardrums and went straight into the soul. Impossible. The Ghost Clan King Xianlai's face was gloomy. Of course, the skin of the Ghost Clan was pitch black, so even if it was gloomy, it could not be seen. However, from his increasingly red eyes, Xianlai was very unhappy and refused without hesitation. What did it mean to refuse? It meant to fight, kill. The Ghost Clan King Shin Demon was obviously not a patient person. Since you don't listen to me, I'll fight until you yield. If you still don't yield, I'll have to kill you and be done with it. There was no doubt that only the Ghost Clan King Xian Lai could deal with the Ghost Clan King Shin Demon. As for the Ghost Clan Kings of the Ghost Clan and the Ghost Clan, they were also dealt with by the Ghost Clan Kings of the Ghost Clan. Betrayal. Now, it was time to settle accounts. One after another, the flowers of the extreme state appeared above the heads of the Ghost Clan Kings. Chunzong was also stared at by several eyes. One of them was the Ghost Clan King of the Ghost Blade Clan. The fact that Chunzong had killed 3 Ghost Clan Kings in a row was not a secret. It had long been spread throughout the 35 clans. Therefore, there were a total of 5 Ghost Clan Kings who had their eyes on Chunzong. An astonishing pressure swept over in an instant, making Chunzong's face turn solemn. At the same time, there was an indescribable excitement in the depths of his heart, as if an electric current was raging. He could not help but tremble slightly, and the long sword at his waist also trembled incessantly. When a sword was unsheathed, it would kill and drink blood. The 5 Ghost Clan Kings would probably allow him to devour more wills of the Ghost Clan. Among the 5 Ghost Clan Kings, some were from the middle 9 clans, and some were from the upper 6 clans. The Ghost Clan King from a middle 9 clans Ghost Blade Clan was the strongest Ghost King of the Ghost Blade Clan. Ghost Blade Saber Radiance. His Ghost Blade was a long black saber. Its body was curved, and the blade was covered with fine saw teeth. It was a very ferocious killing weapon. What's your name? Ghost Blade Radiance's eyes were as cold as the edge of saber. It streaked across the void as if it was tearing Chunzong's face apart. His voice was hoarse, but it was also as sharp as the edge of a saber, as if 2 sabers were constantly cutting each other. It was extremely ear-piercing. Ghost Blade Sword Heart. Chunzong answered neither slowly nor quickly. Ghost Blade Sword Heart, your strength is not bad. Now, return to the headquarters. Ghost Blade Radiance's voice became more and more obscure. Chunzong did not answer again. Instead, he drew out his long sword. The unsheathing of the long sword was his answer. Kill. In a low voice, Ghost Blade Radiance chopped down with his long saber. The condensed dark saber light suddenly broke through the air. The saber light was strange. Its edges were like saw teeth, and it was constantly rotating. The other 4 Ghost Kings also attacked from all directions, joining forces to besiege Chunzong. In an instant, Chunzong blocked Ghost Blade Radiance's long saber with his sword. With a twist of his wrist, he deftly and delicately guided the long saber to the side. After that, the sword edge followed the saber body and rushed forward like lightning, cutting toward Ghost Blade Radiance's hand that was holding the saber. Ghost Blade Radiance was shocked. He suddenly broke out his strength, and his long saber suddenly cut horizontally. However, Chunzong's sword slightly changed in an instant. It stopped cutting, then turned into a slash, and then into a stab. In an instant, Ghost Blade Radiance felt a cold light blossoming in front of him. He had no time to dodge, and his forehead was immediately pierced. It was too fast. Moreover, the skill was very good. All the changes were within the sword, as if he had calculated everything. Among the Ghost Clan, the Ghost Blade Division had the best fighting skills. However, the skills of a number 1 expert of the Ghost Blade Division could not be compared at all. It was only a face-to-face encounter, but he was hit. However, such a sword could not kill him directly. As long as he had a moment, he could quickly recover. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. With the place where he was hit as the center, countless sword auras, like the roots of the Ghost Mother tree breaking through the soil, crazily drilled into his flesh in an instant. It seemed that nothing could stop them. They spread all over his body, even the ends of his skin. It felt as if an extremely terrible tree had taken root in his body. His vitality was quickly extinguished, and his strength was constantly drained. This sword art was indeed a good sword art to deal with the Ghost Clan. It was only a face-to-face encounter, but one of the Ghost Kings was killed. The other 4 Ghost Kings were shocked. They were just 1 breath slower. 1 breath's difference was the difference between life and death. The Ghost Realms began to flow into Chunzong's body and was constantly swallowed and absorbed. The other 4 Ghost Kings' attacks also came from all directions. The terrible power seemed to directly smash Chunzong's body into pieces. However, Chunzong's body disappeared in an instant. What was broken was only a shadow. Kill. Sword art. Half-hearted. Chapter 1896. 5th update. Before the army was assembled, the news that Chunzong had killed 3 Ghost Kings of the upper 6 tribes with 1 sword had spread throughout the 35 tribes of the Ghost Clan. That was why 5 Ghost Kings joined hands to fight him. Ghost Blade, the number 1 expert of the Ghost Blade tribe, had condensed 3 flowers. One of them was a high-level flower of the extreme state, while the other 2 were mid-level flowers of the extreme state. All of them had reached the perfection level. His fighting strength was amazing, and his bladesmanship was exquisite. He was a powerful Ghost King in the upper 6 tribes. However, such an expert did not even have the time to display his powerful fighting strength and exquisite bladesmanship. He was killed in a single blow. The 4 Ghost Kings did not understand the mystery of that sword move, but they were very afraid. Even the Ghost Kings of the Ghost King tribe, who had the most powerful Ghost King power, could not kill the opponent in 1 blow when there was no difference in their fighting strength. Strange. Fearful. It was also because of this fear that they attacked with all their strength, intending to cripple and kill the opponent. The 4 Ghost Kings had condensed at least 2 flowers of the extreme state, which were at least mid-level or high-level. One of them had condensed 3 flowers of the perfection level. When they joined hands, their fighting strength was very strong. However, right now, Chunzong didn't need to perform the Heart Sword domain. With his comprehension of the profound realm of power, As long as he struck his opponent, he would be able to make his sword cheese break through the ground like the roots of the Ghost Mother tree, instantly taking root in his opponent's body. Once the roots broke through the soil and took root, they would burst out in extremely sharp light, destroying everything and destroying everything. Chunzong's sword move had become like this as it was constantly perfected. When the sword chi entered the opponent's body, it would absorb the vitality and strengthen itself as if the flesh was the soil. Then it would burst out and completely crush the opponent. Chunzong's figure changed, and he dodged the 4 Ghost Kings' powerful attacks. The 4 Ghost Kings also burst out their full strength. Each of them showed their different talents, and their power was amazing. Kill. Chunzong's figure turned from real to illusory, and then from illusory to real again. He swung his sword. He was hit. Another ghost was struck by a sword. Sword chi shot out like a root and instantly spread through the ghost's limbs and bones, all the way to the end of its body. The seed seemed to have sprouted in an instant. It spread out directly, covering every part of his body. It was like a real root, constantly devouring life force. The slightest mistake could lead to a great error. At this moment, it was as if he had been proven right. It was only a slight difference, but the difference between the 4 Ghost Kings and Chunzong was so obvious. Kill, kill, kill. As the second Ghost King was killed, the wills of the ghost hunters were swallowed by Chunzong. Chunzong had gained even more benefits. The swordplay of the One Heart Sutra was displayed to the extreme by Chunzong. The 3 Hearts 2 Mind sword technique was clearly more astonishing and mysterious than the 1 Heart sword technique. In other words, the 3 Hearts 2 Mind sword technique contained the profundity and power of the 1 Heart sword technique. Up until now, even the 6 lesser Imperial Divine Weapons, Imperial Divine Weapons, Imperial Divine Weapons, Imperial Divine Weapon might not be able to match the might of the 3 Hearts 2 Intense sword. When the 3 Hearts 2 Mind sword technique only targeted one target, it would be even more terrifying. Kill. The 3rd Ghost King was also killed by Chunzong's sword. As the world will of the Tianyuan's sacred domain swallowed more wills of the ghost hunters, Chunzong gained an even greater boost. The more powerful he became, the more amazing the trajectory and profundity of his sword became. By now, the wills of the ghost hunters in Chunzong's body had already swallowed and absorbed a lot of wills of the ghost hunters. In addition to feeding back the pure chi of the origin, it also increased Chunzong's comprehension ability. In addition, it also brought invisible benefits to Chunzong in battle. Fighting was also practicing the sword. In a high-intensity battle, one could constantly improve oneself. Compared to not too long ago, Chunzong's battle strength had obviously improved a lot. Before long, the remaining 3 Ghost Kings were also killed by Chunzong. A large amount of wills of the ghost hunters were rapidly swallowed and absorbed by Chunzong. Streams of extremely pure origin energy flowed into Chunzong's body and hid in the depths of his body. Seeing that 5 Ghost Kings had been killed by Chunzong, the other Ghost Kings of the 35 divisions were all shocked. However, Chunzong did not stop at all. His figure flashed, and his sword slashed through the air. The way of the sword that he had comprehended from the growth of the Ghost Mother tree was extremely superb. When it was integrated into his sword, the sword chi instantly spread throughout his body like roots breaking through the soil. It took root in every inch of his flesh and blood, causing shocking destruction. The destruction of a single wisp of sword chi was nothing to the Ghost Clan, a clan with amazing vitality. Only when multiple wisps of sword chi were combined at the same time could it cause fatal damage to the Ghost Clan. The disadvantage was that the sword had to hit the opponent. In other words, it had to be close combat in order to bring out the superb ingenuity of this sword technique. But for now, it was enough. In the chaotic Ghost City, Ghost King Xian Lai and Ghost King Xian Mo were fighting fiercely, but were gradually being suppressed. The strength of Ghost King Xian Mo was too shocking and incomparably powerful. It could be said that except for Chunzong, the other Ghost Kings were all at a disadvantage. This was because this battle was not 1 against 1, but many against one. Siege. It was an imminent danger. After Chunzong killed the 5 Ghost Kings, he immediately went to reinforce the nearest Ghost King. Although he called it reinforcement, it was only on the surface. The real purpose was, of course, that Chunzong wanted to absorb more of the Ghost Realm's will. The Ghost Realm's will carried by the Ghost Kings was undoubtedly stronger. Kill. The 7th Ghost King died under his sword. Suddenly, an extremely strong sense of danger emerged. Chunzong's hair stood on end. His skin seemed to have burst open, and his hair stood on end. A bone-chilling coldness surged from his bone marrow and soul like a torrent bursting a dam. Ghost King Xian Mo slashed across the air while suppressing Ghost King Xianlai. A pitch-black saber light tore through the air like a crescent moon and attacked Chunzong. Ghost King Xian Mo had condensed 3 supreme flowers. 2 of them were top-level supreme flowers. His combat strength was incomparably shocking and frighteningly strong. This attack immediately made Chunzong feel a strong sense of danger engulfing him. It was like a monstrous wave that was about to drown him. The surrounding void was directly sealed and suppressed. There was no way to dodge. Chunzong's expression was solemn. He slashed out with his sword. The illusions on his body suddenly appeared and dimmed. In the next moment, as if he had surpassed the limit, a 3rd illusion appeared. The sword of 3 hearts, 2 minds. Kill. The sword light shot out and instantly converged into one. Its power reached its peak. Under Chunzong's sword, the vacuum was directly torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The sword light and the palm blade collided in an instant and exploded. It was as if a 10,000-ton volcano had spewed out an astonishing amount of magma. The instantaneous power caused countless cracks to appear in the vacuum, spreading out in all directions. An extremely terrifying aftershock spread out, shattering everything. It felt as if that part of the void had been forcibly erased by a mighty force. It took a while for it to recover. Ghost King Xianmo was also very shocked that Chunzong had blocked his attack. Was this really a Ghost King from the Ghostblade division? How could he have such a strong combat strength? Ghost King Xianlai was also shocked. He did not expect that there was someone with such amazing combat strength in his Ghost King alliance. Chunzong was not the 4th seat, but the 2nd seat. He was second only to Ghost King Xianlai, and could even be compared with Ghost King Xianlai. With such combat strength, Ghost King Xianlai might be able to survive this crisis. Although Chunzong had blocked Ghost King Xianmo's attack, he had no intention of fighting with him. He instantly escaped and appeared in another place to attack the other Ghost Kings. Now, Chunzong's purpose was to kill the other Ghost Kings and devour the wills of the Ghost Realm. It would be more efficient to kill those with weaker combat strength first. He wandered and killed everywhere. The 8th Ghost King also died under Chunzong's sword. His will of the Ghost Realm was devoured and absorbed by Chunzong. In an instant, silently, a black light pierced through the void with incomparable sharpness and fiercely stabbed at Chunzong's back. It was the Ghost King of the Ghost Shadow Division. The talent of the Ghost Shadow Division was that they could turn into shadows and blend into the void, making them undetectable and then attack. This kind of attack was very unexpected. Like a peerless assassin, it would hit the target with one strike. Along with the black light, a shadow appeared. It was the shadow of the Ghost King. There was a ferocious look on his face. His attack would pierce through his opponent's back and tear his opponent's body apart. Suddenly, the tip of a sword penetrated the void and appeared in an instant, as if it was assisted by God. It seemed that it had been waiting there for a long time. The sound was extremely crisp and pleasing to the ear. But when the Ghost King of the Ghost Shadow Division heard it, it was like the sound of death. His expression changed greatly. He blocked it. His deliberate attack had actually been blocked. How could this be? Retreat. His fatal attack was blocked. He could only retreat. If he did not retreat, it would be very dangerous. In an instant, the Ghost King turned into a shadow again and blended into the void. But Chunzong's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. Escape. Could he escape? The sword blended into the void, as if it was submerged into water, but there was no ripple. The Ghost King of the Ghost Shadow Division let out a miserable cry. His body turned into a shadow and then into a substance. Fine sword chi veins could be seen all over his body. His vitality was extinguished. The 9th Ghost King was dead. 35 Ghost Kings attacked, but 9 of them were killed by Chunzong's sword. The other Ghost Kings were extremely frightened. What kind of swordsmanship and power was that? Just one stab and they were dismembered and killed. It was too terrifying. The other Ghost Kings of the chaotic Ghost City were all suppressed. Except for the Ghost King Xianlai, they were all injured. But when they saw Ghost Blade Jinshin kill 9 Ghost Kings in a row, they were shocked and excited. The wills of the 9 Ghost Kings were devoured, and the feedback was 9 streams of pure energy. Chunzong only felt that one of his origins was constantly growing. When it grew to a certain extent, it affected the condensation of the essence flower. 70%. Previously, the condensation of the essence flower was 50%. Because of his continuous fighting, it increased to 60%. Now, with the feedback, it reached 70%. His battle strength was further improved. Sure enough, fighting was the best way to improve oneself. Chunzong stared at the 10th Ghost King, but he was attacked and locked by an extremely terrifying murderous aura. A sharp black light, with an extremely shocking murderous intent, tore through the sky in an instant. It was the Ghost King of the Ghost Killing Division. This was the Ghost King who was second only to the Ghost King Xianmo. Chapter 1897. 6th update, as the title, in order to thank the 2 leaders of this book, Sword Tao V5 and Arvin Liu, for more monthly votes. Go, go, go. By the way, you can follow the official account of the 6th Dao, see the latest news of the 6th Dao, and interact with the 6th Dao. The Ghost King of the Guisha tribe had mastered the power of Guisha. This kind of power had an unparalleled killing intent, which was terrifying and targeted at everything between heaven and earth. Everything could be killed. The power of Guisha was extremely overbearing and ferocious. Among the Ghost Clan, only the Ghost King could really resist it. The Ghost Underworld tribe's Ghost Underworld tribe could only contend with it. This shocking killing intent directly locked onto Chunzong through the void, making it impossible for Chunzong to dodge. He couldn't avoid it. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would fight. Who would kill who? The black light with the extreme killing intent broke through the void. Chunzong looked solemn and sincerely waved his sword. Rumble. This sword was not as silent and colorless as before, which merged into the void. Instead, it attracted wind and thunder. The single-hearted sword and single-hearted sword, which were comprehended by the One Heart Sutra, were Chunzong's superb application of the Heart Sword essence. They were just names. The soundless sword was mysterious and fast. It was hard to guard against it, but the sword with the wind and thunder was full of power. Fast and slow, strong and weak. Everything was in his mind and under his control. The extremely powerful sword swept across like wind and thunder, destroying everything in all directions. In an instant, the black light with the incomparable killing intent was hit and shattered. The sword light, which was like a violent storm, destroyed everything in its path and rushed toward the Ghost King of the Guisha tribe. The Ghost King of the Guisha tribe was the strongest in the Ghost King tribe. He had condensed 1 top-level flower and 2 high-level flowers. In terms of combat strength, he was almost comparable to Ghost King Xianlai. A strong opponent. This was a strong opponent. The sword slashed through the air, and the void cracked, making a shocking sound. The Ghost King of the Guisha tribe was extremely fast. He dodged in an instant and turned into a peerless black light, approaching Chunzong. The shocking killing intent surged like a tide and drowned Chunzong. Amidst the surging black waves, they condensed in an instant. After a slight pause, an incomparably sharp black light pierced through the air. It was extremely ferocious, and its murderous intent could annihilate everything. This was a sure kill strike, a strike that pressed forward courageously. All living beings in the world would tremble and be annihilated before this strike. However, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared, as if it had been waiting for a long time, or as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times, blocking the attack. Then, he retracted his finger and stabbed out once more. It was silent and extremely fast. He was hit by the sword. The Ghost King of the Guaisha tribe was hit by the sword, and the terrible sword chi immediately spread out. Like the roots of the Ghost Mother tree breaking through the soil, the sword chi was about to take root in the Ghost King's body and wreak havoc. However, a powerful force erupted and suppressed the sword chi that had invaded his body, preventing it from spreading out. The ghost-killing power. This was the unique ghost-killing power of the Guaisha tribe, which was extremely powerful. The sword chi was suppressed and attacked all of a sudden. It could not cause more damage and was quickly obliterated by the ghost-killing power. Chunzong could clearly feel the sword chi being obliterated. His expression changed slightly, and his eyes focused. The power of this strike was beyond doubt after killing so many Ghost Kings in a row. But now, it had lost its effect. The Ghost King of the Guaisha tribe was indeed terrifying. The ghost-killing power was extremely powerful. The Ghost King of the Guaisha tribe attacked again. Even if he was hit by the sword, he would not suffer any obvious injuries. So, he was not afraid of Chunzong's sword. In this case, he could attack without any worries. The black light spread out and turned into countless fine blades, attacking Chunzong from all directions. Every tiny blade contained an extremely terrifying might, tearing apart and slicing through everything. It was as if it wanted to slice Chunzong into pieces. This caused Chunzong's expression to turn solemn and his entire body to turn cold. He only felt that his entire body was exuding a shocking coldness. It seemed that he was going to be cut into pieces. Brandishing the sword, half-hearted, 3 illusions flashed across his body and seemed to gather in an instant. In an instant, it seemed that several Chunzong were brandishing their swords at the same time, blocking all the attacks coming from all directions. All of the tiny blade lights were blocked, and there was nothing they could do about it. Heart Realm. In an instant, the Heart Realm spread out and then contracted into the Heart Sword intent. It expanded in an instant and covered 1,000 meters. Heart Sword Realm. The Ghost King of the Guaisha tribe was very powerful and difficult to deal with. It was impossible to kill him with only one strike. So, he had to perform a more powerful sword move. Heart Sword Realm. 1,000 Swords Greeting. 1,000 sword chi were suddenly condensed in the Heart Sword Realm. Under the sword silk technique, they became finer sword silk. Kill. In an instant, under the control of Chunzong, 1,000 sword chi broke through the air and attacked the Ghost King of the Guaisha tribe. Every single strand of sword chi was extremely condensed. Every single strand of sword chi contained an extremely terrifying sharpness, piercing through and tearing apart everything. Fast. Extremely fast. Undodgeable fast. In an instant, the Ghost King of the Guaisha tribe was covered in a black light. Endless killing intent condensed on his body like waves of blades, protecting him firmly. In an instant, some sword chi was shattered, but some sword chi penetrated the defense and penetrated into the Ghost King's body. Hundreds of sword chi were blocked, but hundreds of sword chi still penetrated into the Ghost King's body and destroyed it wantonly. Destruction. Tearing. Penetrating. The Ghost King trembled because of the severe pain. Soul-hearted sword intent. The sword blended into the void and attacked at the fastest speed with the most difficult trajectory. In an instant, the Ghost King's head flew up high. Soul-hearted sword intent. As the illusions flashed, Chunzong brandished his sword again. Rumble. Wherever it passed, the vacuum collapsed, darkness spread, and a terrifying aura filled the air. This sword was extremely powerful. It seemed to be condensed with an endless amount of sword chi. It went berserk in an instant, and everything would be destroyed by this sword. Wherever the heart went, the sword would go. It was invincible, and nothing could not be destroyed. Invincible. The wounded Ghost King of the Guaisha tribe was immediately hit by this majestic and domineering sword light. He only paused for a moment, and then immediately shattered into countless pieces. Devour. In an instant, The will of the world in Chunzong's body immediately devoured the will of the ghost realm from the Ghost King of the Guisha tribe. How could it be? The Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe was shocked. The Ghost King and Xian Demon were also shocked. He was killed. This was simply incredible. Pure, rich, and majestic, the will of the ghost realm was amazing. It was almost comparable to the will of the ghost realm after the ghost mother tree of the Ghost Forest tribe was destroyed. This was the will of the ghost realm carried by the top Ghost King. Cool. The feeling was incomparably cool, as if there was an endless power flowing into his body. Chunzong felt that his body was full of extremely powerful strength. But this was just an illusion. His strength did not increase. It was just because he carried the will of the world, and the will of the world suddenly devoured many wills of the ghost realm, which made him feel that his strength was expanding. At the same time, a stream of pure power was constantly flowing into Chunzong's body, accumulating and dormant. With his eyes flashing extremely sharp, Chunzong looked at the other ghost kings. Heart Sword Realm. Thousands of swords greeting. In an instant, thousands of sword chi broke through the air again. This time, they directly attacked the Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe. In addition to the Ghost King and Xian Demon of the Ghost King tribe, this Ghost King was the second strongest among the invading Ghost Kings. He also carried many wills of the Ghost Realm. Seeing that the Ghost King of the Ghost Killing tribe, whose battle strength was equal to his, was killed directly, the Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe was already prepared. When he became the target, he retreated without hesitation and flew away at an amazing speed. He also blasted out a cloud of black strength, which rolled like a tide, trying to intercept the thousands of swords greeting. The Ghost King and Xian Demon also attacked at the same time. He could suppress the Ghost King Xianlai and help the Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe, which was really amazing. Chunzong immediately controlled the thousands of sword chi to change their direction and attack the Ghost King and Xian Demon. Because it was difficult to catch up with the Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe, he would attack the Ghost King of the Ghost King tribe. The thousands of sword chi immediately threatened the Ghost King and Xian Demon, who looked a little serious. The Ghost King Xianlai also seized the opportunity to gather a strong power and launch an extremely violent attack. The power of the Ghost King was completely activated. Failure. The thousands of sword chi collided with the powerful attack of the Ghost King and Xian Demon and exploded. The Ghost King and Xian Demon also retreated dozens of meters in an instant and had to face the powerful attack of the Ghost King Xianlai. Since it had failed, Chunzong did not launch the thousands of swords greeting for the third time because it consumed too much energy. While operating his cultivation method to absorb energy to recover, he held his sword and attacked the other Ghost Kings. Except for the Ghost King and Xian Demon, the dead Ghost King of the Ghost Killing tribe, and the Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe, the sword that he comprehended from the growth of the root of the Ghost Mother tree was a great threat to the other Ghost Kings. He used the least amount of energy to launch the most lethal attack. The situation was tilting in the favor of the chaotic Ghost City. Logically speaking, the 35 Ghost Kings should be able to completely suppress the 11 Ghost Kings. Even if the Ghost Kings had amazing vitality and were difficult to kill, they should be able to suppress and destroy them. However, they did not expect a terrifying Ghost King to appear. It was unbelievable. Since the beginning of the battle, 10 Ghost Kings had been killed, and one of them was the top expert of the Ghost Killing tribe. That swordsmanship was too terrifying. One strike, one kill. The thousands of swords greeting was simply irresistible. The battle between the Ghost Kings was fierce, and so was the battle between the Ghost Generals and the Ghost Soldiers. Almost every second, a ghost would die. Compared to the Ghost Kings, the bodies of the Ghost Soldiers and Ghost Generals were not as strong, and their self-healing abilities were not as strong. They were more likely to die. After all, the Ghost Kings had condensed the flower of extreme state. The condensation of the flower of extreme state represented a qualitative change, an essential change, similar to the transition of life. The black aura spread in all directions. The battle between hundreds of thousands of Ghost Kings and millions of Ghost Kings was extremely terrifying. Many ghost beasts who were far away retreated, fearing that they would be killed by the battle. With every breath, there would be ghosts dying, and with every breath, there would be ghosts who would become stronger. Devour. Before reaching the Ghost King level, the Ghost Clan relied on devouring to increase their strength. After reaching the Ghost King level, devouring alone would not be effective, and they would need to constantly train themselves. Chapter 1898. The Dominator of the Six Paths will continue to write. Later, I will add another update for the new Guildmaster. If the Dominator of the Six Paths rises to 17th place, I will add another update. Keep going, hot-blooded youngsters. The Dominator of the Six Paths' secret technique will only last until midnight tonight. The potential of the Heartsword will was astonishing. Chunzong continued to fight and kill. The more he developed the potential of the Heartsword will, the stronger the power he could unleash. In terms of potential, the Heartsword was unparalleled. It could cause the Heavenly Flower vision and the sound of the Great Path to be at an extremely high level. In fact, it was much more powerful than the Peak Flower of the Supreme Realm. The reason why it was said to be similar to the Peak Flower of the Supreme Realm was that its potential had not been developed enough. However, as Chunzong continued to comprehend and fight, his potential was also developed and deepened. Every sword strike contained an astonishing amount of power. Chunzong's expression was indifferent. His eyes were as sharp as the tip of a sword. The astonishing sharpness became more and more condensed. Extreme power, extreme power. As Chunzong continued to fight, his strength did not continue to be depleted. Instead, it recovered bit by bit as he continued to circulate his cultivation technique. Fury. The Ghost King Xian Mo fully unleashed his combat strength. Black light filled the air and condensed into a huge ghost hand. In an instant, it blasted out and sent the Ghost King Xian Lai flying. The combat strength of the two was relatively obvious. After sending the Ghost King Xian Lai flying, the Ghost King Xian Mo turned into a ray of black light. It was as mighty as a black void torrent. With an astonishing momentum, it charged toward Chunzong, personally attacking. The Ghost King Xian Mo was going to personally deal with Chunzong. An extremely strong sense of danger swept over like waves. Chunzong's glabella suddenly trembled. The Heartsword will also trembled. The attack of a strong enemy made Chunzong's fighting spirit surge from the bottom of his heart. Chunzong's figure flashed. Not only did he not dodge, but he also met the attack head-on. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light condensed like a line between the sea and the sky. The sword chi was vast and extremely sharp. It tore through the void and directly attacked the Ghost King Xian Mo. However, the Ghost King Xian Lai, who had been sent flying, charged towards the Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe and started a fierce battle. He vented all of his anger that had been suppressed by the Ghost King Xian Mo and attacked wildly, forcing the Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe to retreat continuously. The Ghost King Xian Mo reached out his hand. Black light condensed like a layer, as if it was a layer of armor. His powerful physique and the power of the Ghost King gave him astonishing defensive power, so he was not injured at all. After shattering the sword chi, the palm covered in black light pierced through the air. A rumbling sound was heard continuously, like a vast and mighty thunderbolt, its power astonishing. An extremely frightening aura fluctuation was emitted from the palm that was constantly bombarding. It suppressed the surrounding void, sealing everything and imprisoning everything. Xian 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 Mo, Xian Xian Xian, Xian 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 Xian, Mo, Xian Ghost the Ghost. Ghost Ghost Xian, Xian Mo, Xian. This was the strongest power of the Ghost Clan. It was a power that was much stronger than the other Ghost Clans. It was also because of the power of the Ghost King that the Ghost King tribe could be ranked at the top of the 36 tribes. Even the Ghost Killing tribe and the Ghost Underworld tribe could not be compared to them. The Taichu sword essence was extremely condensed as it lashed out. The space was torn apart, and the seal was also cut open by Chunzong's sword. His figure flashed, and a sword flew through the air, directly attacking. As soon as the battle began, Chunzong immediately felt a great pressure. The Ghost King and Mysterious Demon's attacks were extremely tyrannical and terrifying. It made him feel as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. This kind of weight made Chunzong feel that the strength he used to wield his sword was several times more than usual. He concentrated all of his strength and continued to fight. Pressure could also be converted into motivation. Suddenly, the Ghost King Xian Mo opened his arms. An endless black light burst out from his extremely strong body. It was like a torrential flood that swept out in a mighty manner. In an instant, it covered a radius of thousands of meters and dyed the space into a dark void. Chunzong only felt that the pressure on his body had increased several times in an instant. It was like a domain. Endless pressure poured from all directions, as if to crush Chunzong. Heart Sword Realm. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately activated the Heart Sword Realm. The 1,000-meter sword realm surrounded him, and the amazing pressure was immediately offset. 1,000 swords greeting, 1,000 streaks of sword chi also condensed in an instant. Sword Silk. The sword chi was condensed to the extreme. It tore the void, and countless fine black cracks appeared. Kill. 1,000 streaks of sword chi broke through the air and mercilessly attacked the Ghost King and Mysterious Demon. The Ghost King and Mysterious Demon roared in a low voice. He suddenly closed his arms, and the black light spread, enveloping his entire body without any blind spots. 1,000 streaks of extremely sharp sword chi shot at the black light. A portion of the sword chi was immediately shattered, but the rest of the sword chi pierced through it and attacked the Ghost King and Mysterious Demon. However, after breaking through the layer of black light protection, the power of the sword chi decreased significantly. Condense. Chunzong roared in a low voice. His divine sense exploded, and his eyes flickered and condensed. The shattered sword chi in the heart sword realm gathered again in an instant. Although it was less than 1,000 streaks, there were still more than 300 streaks. At least, he could conserve his strength more. This was also an ability that Chunzong had slowly mastered through continuous battles. In an instant, the sword chi was replenished to 1,000 streaks. They circled around, but did not attack again. Chunzong's eyes flickered incessantly, and his mind worked at lightning speed. 1,000 streaks of sword chi in the Heart Sword realm were obviously very powerful against the Ghost Kings. However, it was not enough to deal with the Ghost King and Mysterious Demon. To increase its power, he could increase the number of sword chi. He had named this move 1,000 Swords Greeting, but in reality, there were only 1,000 streaks of sword chi. The real 1,000 Swords Greeting should have at least 10,000 streaks of sword chi. If he could increase the number of sword chi from 1,000 to 10,000 streaks, there was no doubt that the power would increase greatly. However, Chunzong had tried before. It was very difficult to increase the number of sword chi. The appearance of the Heart Sword realm could be said to be an experiment that he had suddenly come up with. The result was unexpected. Now, it was not so easy to increase the power of the Heart Sword realm. At the very least, he had yet to fully understand and master the Heart Sword realm. Since he could not increase the number of sword chi to increase the power of the Heart Sword realm, he could only take the second path. Condense. It was too scattered. Now that he had 1,000 streaks of sword chi, it was indeed very powerful. However, it was not enough because it was scattered. If he could gather all 1,000 streaks of sword chi and compress them into one streak, its power might increase greatly. However, it would be more difficult to condense them into one streak. Let's give it a try. It might work. People would often break through their own limits under desperate circumstances. This was especially true for true geniuses and geniuses. Condense. Condense. In an instant, 1,000 streaks of sword chi gathered at an astonishing speed. Chunzong immediately felt an astonishing resistance. The closer the 1,000 streaks of sword chi were to each other, the more astonishing the resistance between them was. The Ghost King Xianmo's attack also smashed through the vacuum, causing the Heart Sword realm to tremble. Chunzong had no choice but to dodge, and the 1,000 streaks of sword chi were scattered. It's difficult to achieve success by simply condensing them. There needs to be technique, Chunzong thought to himself. However, he did not counterattack because the Ghost King Xianmo's combat power was astonishing. It would be difficult for his counterattack to kill the Ghost King Xianmo. In an instant, Chunzong thought of the Royal Divine Weapon. The way the Royal Divine Weapon was combined could be used as a reference. Inspiration surged in his mind. In an instant, 1,000 streaks of sword chi fluctuated in a unique way. They were either straight or zigzagging as they condensed towards the center. Chunzong could feel that the resistance between the sword chi had disappeared due to the unique trajectory. Condense. Chunzong went all out. His divine sense exploded, and the potential of the heart's sword essence was further stimulated. 1,000 streaks of sword chi condensed into one. The original 1,000 streaks of sword chi were very fine, even finer than silk. After condensing, they turned into a streak of sword chi that was as thick as a chopstick. It fluctuated endlessly and emitted a terrifying sharpness. The sword chi stopped within the heart sword domain, but the sharpness it exuded tore through the surrounding space, leaving cracks in the surrounding space. Chunzong could feel that the power contained in the streak of sword chi was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he felt that it was difficult to completely control it. It was as if he was holding a struggling python in his hand. A silver light flashed in Chunzong's eyes. He immediately activated the freedom state and completely controlled the streak of sword chi. Kill. With a thought, the streak of sword chi suddenly shot out at an even faster speed than before. The Ghost King Xian Demon had just sensed it. The moment the black light swept over, it was immediately torn apart and pierced through, along with its body. However, Chunzong discovered that although the sword chi had pierced through the Ghost King Xian Demon's body and caused damage, the damage was not severe. With the Ghost King Xian Demon's tyrannical body and strength, he was able to withstand it and recover in a short time. He controlled the streak of sword chi and immediately shot it from behind into the Ghost King Xian Demon's body. This time, it did not penetrate the body. Instead, it immediately dispersed after entering the body. 1,000 streaks of sword chi immediately exploded in the Ghost King Xian Demon's body, rushing in all directions and frantically strangling him. With his blow, the Ghost King Xian Demon could not help but tremble violently. Blood spurted from his mouth. In a flash, Chunzong swung his sword. It was invisible and colorless, but it directly attacked the Ghost King Xian Demon. The sword chi raged in the Ghost King Xian Demon's body, causing severe pain and serious injuries. Faced with Chunzong's sword, he could not completely avoid it. As his body tilted, one of his arms was suddenly cut off and flew high into the air. In an instant, Chunzong swung his sword a second time. The Ghost King Xian Demon's complexion changed greatly. Without hesitation, he immediately flew back. At this moment, it was not suitable to fight again. This Ghost King from the Ghost Blade Division was really too strange. He completely broke common sense and the beliefs that he had lived for many years. However, the Ghost King Xian Demon did not suspect that the other party was not from the Ghost Clan. He would never have thought that the other party was actually from the Human Clan, disguised as a Ghost Clan member. Otherwise, if the other party was really from the Ghost Clan, how could he have such amazing ability? He would have been suppressed by him long ago. He escaped. Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not chase after the Ghost King Xian Demon because his strength was almost exhausted. In fact, he could not do anything to the Ghost King Xian Demon even if he chased after him. Seeing that the most powerful Ghost King Xian Demon had escaped, the other Ghost Kings were horrified. One by one, they flew back without hesitation and quickly fled. Chapter 1899. Author's note: This chapter has been updated for the new Guild Masters of League of Gods, Lian Feng Shiyu and 778 Geo. Thank you for your support. Please pay attention to the official account, 6 Dao of Depravity, and add 6 Dao's WeChat account. Take advantage of the victory. The Chaos Ghost City's army chased after them relentlessly, crushing the 35 Ghost Tribes' allied army. Shenzong didn't stop either. With the little power he had left, he could still use it to the extreme under the self-freedom state. It was as if he was at the peak of his power. Kill, devour. Another 3 Ghost Kings died under Shenzong's sword. The other Ghost Kings fled. During the chase, Shenzong killed thousands of Ghost Generals and Ghost Soldiers. Seeing the Ghost Army fleeing, Shenzong also used up the last bit of his power to deactivate the self-freedom state. He kept using his cultivation method to absorb the power around him. The worlds will converted it to recover his power at an amazing speed. In just 10 breaths, Shenzong recovered 10% of his power and had amazing combat power again. Thinking of this battle, Shenzong couldn't help but smile. The harvest was great. It was beyond imagination. In total, he killed 13 powerful Ghost Kings. The Ghost Realms that he devoured was amazing. As for the dead Ghost Generals and Ghost Soldiers, the Ghost Realms was nothing. Shenzong could feel that the will of the world on his body seemed to be emitting a feeling of satisfaction after eating its fill. If he hunted the Ghost Kings alone, it would be very difficult to kill 13 of them. After all, most of the Ghost Kings would only stay in the Ghost Cities. They wouldn't leave easily. Once he went to the Ghost Cities to challenge the Ghost Kings, if he lost, it was very likely that he would activate the Ghost Realm's power and summon the Ghost Realm's shadow to possess him. His combat power would increase by several times. Moreover, with the Ghost Realm shadow, even if he was destroyed, he would recover instantly with the help of the Ghost Realm's power. He was immortal. In that case, it would be more difficult for him to kill the Ghost Kings and devour the Ghost Realm's will. It was also possible to kill the Ghost Tribes below the Ghost King and devour the Ghost Realm's will. However, killing 100,000 ghosts was not as effective as killing a Ghost King. Sure enough, entering Chaos Ghost City and using it to create chaos in the Ghost Realm was the right thing to do. Otherwise, how could he devour so many Ghost Realm wills in such a short time? Unfortunately, most of them still managed to escape. If he could kill all 35 Ghost Kings, the Ghost Hunters he could devour would be many times more. Shenzong thought with some regret. But in fact, it was a big surprise to be able to get such a reward this time. However, he reckoned that it would be very difficult for him to obtain such a great harvest in the future. Shenzong was secretly overjoyed. While he was deep in thought, the other Ghost Kings breathed a sigh of relief. He had survived a disaster. Originally, they thought that this would be a fight to the death. The final result would be to be suppressed or killed, and the city would be destroyed. However, they did not expect Ghost Blade Jianxin's fighting strength to be so terrifying that even the most powerful Ghost King Xian Demon had been beaten away. For a moment, the 10 Ghost Kings stared at Shenzong with complicated expressions. Ghost King Xian Lai's eyes flickered with an obscure light, seemingly suffused with a trace of killing intent. He betrayed the Ghost King tribe because he did not want to be under the Ghost King Xian Demon. In Chaos Ghost City, he was the most powerful and had the strongest fighting strength. But now a Ghost King from the Ghost Blade tribe actually had a stronger fighting strength than him. This made him feel a sense of crisis. He felt that his status in Chaos Ghost City had been affected and impacted. Most of the Ghost clan worshipped the strong and would naturally submit to the strong. If Xian Lai wanted to take over Chaos Ghost City, many ghosts would be willing to follow him. These 10 Ghost Kings, including Ghost King Xian Lai, were all injured. The only difference was the severity of their injuries. Those who were seriously injured had broken bodies. Those who were at death's door were like candles in the wind. However, the Ghost Clan's vitality was very tenacious. As long as they were not dead, they would recover after a period of time. Shenzong glanced at them. There was a faint flash of light in his eyes, but they did not notice it. Chaos Ghost City had won this battle. However, They had lost many ghost soldiers and ghost generals. The loss was great. They would need to recuperate from now on. After this battle, the 35 ghost tribes would not invade again in a short period of time. Shenzong immediately returned to the Ghost Blade sect to cultivate in seclusion. The more he battled, especially when he battled against someone with strong combat strength, the more obvious the tempering effect it brought him. In addition, the will of the world was constantly devouring the will of the ghost realm to strengthen itself. It also imperceptibly improved Chunzong's comprehension ability temporarily. Every moment, there would be a burst of inspiration. As his understanding of the One Heart Sutra deepened, the potential of the Heart Sword essence was also constantly developed. Invisibly, his fighting strength was also constantly improving. When he entered Chaos Ghost City, his fighting strength was not as good as the third seat. But now, it had slightly surpassed Ghost King Xianlai. His own foundation, the invisible enhancement of the will of the world, and the profound mystery of the One Heart Sutra. Chunzong was completely sure that the inheritance of the One Heart Sutra was not inferior to the Heart Sword Seal that he had obtained in the past. The inheritance of the One Heart True Monarch from the Heavenly Palace, a top force in the void of the universe, was indeed very superior. It completely surpassed the Heaven and Earth Sutra of the Eternal Battle Fort. It was much more brilliant. Compared to the God-Fiend Azura battle technique that his doppelganger Qinxiu had inherited, it was not inferior at all. The purpose of cultivating in seclusion was naturally to summarize the gains from this battle. Even if he could not immediately improve his fighting strength, he could still further strengthen his accumulation and foundation, and lay a more solid foundation for the next improvement. The other Ghost Kings also went into seclusion. Those who were recovering from their injuries were recovering, and those who were cultivating were cultivating. The Ghost Mother Tree was constantly growing. It's already 1,500 meters tall. Looks like it will grow to 2,000 meters in a few days. I wonder what level it will reach in the end. Chunzong's figure flickered, silently passing by the side of the Ghost Mother Tree. After cultivating in seclusion and tidying up, his foundation was more solid. Imperceptibly, his understanding of the One Heart Sutra deepened, and the potential of the Heart Sword essence was also more developed. Even the Flower of Essence and Flower of God were condensed by 10%. In other words, Chunzong's fighting strength had increased by a lot. Then it was time to act. This time, he was going to attack the 10 Ghost Kings in the Chaos Ghost City one after another. If Chunzong was a real Ghost Clan member, of course, he would not do this. However, Chunzong was not a Ghost Clan member, but a human who temporarily transformed into a Ghost Clan member. He was a human who entered the Ghost Clan to devour the Ghost Clan's will. Now that it was difficult to attack the 35 divisions of the Ghost Clan, then he would attack the Ghost Kings in the Chaos Ghost City. He would kill all of them and devour the Ghost Clan's will in them. However, Chunzong's actions were secretive. He could not attract the attention of the other Ghost Kings. Otherwise, he might have to face the 10 Ghost Kings. Even if the 10 Ghost Kings joined forces, Chunzong was not afraid. However, it would increase the difficulty of killing them. His first target was Ghost Flame Lishan of the Ghost Flame Division. He was seriously injured and could not recover in a short time. Chunzong scanned the area with his divine sense and found Ghost Flame Lishan's location. He sneaked in silently and was not discovered by the other Ghost Clan members. The Ghost Kings did not expect that Ghost Blade Jianxin would attack them. Ghost Flame Lishan was seriously injured. In just a few days, he had recovered a lot with the amazing vitality of the Ghost Clan. He estimated that he would be fully recovered in a few days. Appearing, Chunzong unsheathed his sword and stabbed Ghost Flame Lishan silently. The terrifying sword Qi spread out like the roots of the Ghost Mother Tree and directly tore Ghost Flame Lishan into countless pieces. Chunzong killed him, devouring the Ghost Clan's will. Then, Chunzong left silently and went to the place where the second Ghost King was cultivating in seclusion. 1, 2, 3. This kind of killing was very easy, and he could continuously devour the Ghost Clan's will. To Chunzong, it was very satisfying. Soon, 9 of the 10 Ghost Kings were killed by Chunzong. Only one was left, and he was also the most powerful one, Ghost King Xianlai. Ghost King Xianlai's injuries had already healed. His battle strength had completely recovered to its peak. He was very terrifying. His eyes wandered as he thought about how to deal with Ghost Blade Jinshin. With such a Ghost King, he could not sit still. He was afraid that Ghost Blade Jinshin would seize the sovereignty of Ghost City. But how could he attack? Ghost Blade Jinshin's battle strength was very strange. Even Ghost King Xian Mo escaped with serious injuries. He was not confident that he could kill Ghost Blade Jinshin even if he joined forces with the other Ghost Kings. Ghost King Xian Lai kept thinking. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out. With every step, there would be a light sound of footsteps. It seemed to have some sort of rhythm, causing Ghost King Xianlai's expression to change slightly. He felt as if there was an invisible foot stepping on his heart, causing it to thump slightly. Ghost King Jinshin, what's the matter? Ghost King Xianlai hid his killing intent and asked with a smile. Kill you. Shenzong's answer was very direct. It was so direct that Ghost King Xianlai did not expect it. He did not know how to answer. Shenzong did not give Ghost King Xianlai much time. State of Freedom. Heart Sword Realm. Without hesitation, he immediately released the Heart Sword Realm and condensed 1,000 fine sword chi. Ghost King Xianlai's battle strength was amazing. If he wanted to kill him in the same way as before, it would be impossible. After all, the Ghost Kings of the Ghost King tribe were very powerful. Therefore, he could only choose to attack him directly and kill him with the Heart Sword Realm. He was now in his peak state. 1,000 swords greeting, 10,000 swords in one. In an instant, 1,000 sword chi condensed into one. Under Chunzong's control, it tore through the air and shot towards Ghost King Xianlai. Too fast. It was completely unexpected. Ghost King Xianlai was horrified, but he could not avoid it. He was instantly hit by the sword chi. The sword chi entered his body and exploded, crazily attacking his body. Another 1,000 sword chi appeared and condensed into one. Once again, it shot out and penetrated Ghost King Xianlai's body. The sword chi exploded. Ghost King Xianlai was severely injured by the 2 consecutive sword chi of the 1,000 swords greeting. In a flash, Chunzong closed in and attacked with his sword. His limbs were cut off and his head was chopped off. Ghost King Xianlai did not have time to display his powerful battle strength. Under the sword chi of the 1,000 swords greeting, he lost the ability to resist. Death. Death was the end for Ghost King Xianlai. The 1,000 swords greeting was very powerful. Once the sword chi entered the body and exploded, the Ghost King would not be able to withstand the injuries. If it were a human, they would be torn to pieces and die. Devour. Chapter 1900. The ranking of Tongshin has reached 17. The 6th Tao of Samsara has added one more chapter. Many thanks to Lin Fengshiyu. Chaos Ghost City. Unknowingly, the 10 Ghost Kings were all killed by Chunzong. Even the most powerful Ghost King, Xianlai, was killed by Chunzong before he could even display his strength. He felt extremely aggrieved. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about how to deal with Ghost Blade Swordheart. In the next moment, he was killed by Ghost Blade Swordheart. It was a great irony. After devouring the wills of the Ghost Realm, Chunzong's will of the Ghost Realm was full again. However, Chunzong did not plan to stop there. Ghost Mother Tree. That Ghost Mother Tree was still growing. As long as he destroyed it, he could devour more wills of the Ghost Realm. In order to obtain more wills of the Ghost Hunter, Chunzong would not show any mercy or hesitation in his actions. After recovering his strength, Chunzong appeared beside the Ghost Mother Tree. His eyes were filled with coldness. Heart Sword Realm. 1,000 swords greeting. 10,000 swords as one. 1,000 sword chi that had been condensed to the extreme condensed into an invincible sword chi in an instant. It pierced through the flickering black light and broke through the extremely tough tree trunk. It directly shot into the tree trunk and exploded. The exploding sword chi wantonly spread out in all directions and immediately damaged the Ghost Mother Tree from the inside. 10,000 swords greeting. The second wave of 1,000 extremely condensed sword chi instantly spread out and filled the area within 1,000 meters. It was extremely sharp. This sharpness tore through the void. Kill. 1,000 extremely condensed sword chis instantly shot through the air. If it was when he had just entered the ghost realm, he would not be able to fight against this 1,500 meters tall Ghost Mother tree. But now it was totally possible. The black light spread out again and instantly covered the entire area. However, it was torn apart and penetrated by the sword chi. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic tree trunk was destroyed by the countless sword chi. 10,000 swords returned to one, attacked the Ghost Mother tree. The 10,000 swords returned to one, destroyed the Ghost Mother tree from the outside. Screams and screams continued to reverberate in all directions, but they could not shake Chunzong in the slightest. The top-level flower of God had condensed Chunzong's spiritual will to the extreme. It was indestructible and unshakable. If the screams of the Ghost Mother tree were compared to a strong gust of wind, then Chunzong's willpower would be like a mountain. No matter how strong the wind was, it couldn't do anything to the mountain. It was majestic and immovable, ancient and vigorous. However, this scream alerted the other ghosts in chaotic Ghost City. Ghost generals and ghost soldiers all came to see what was going on. Under normal circumstances, the Ghost Mother tree would not scream. There was only one situation when it was under attack. If that was the case, who would dare to attack the Ghost Mother tree? Don't you know that not only is Ghost King Xianlai overseeing this chaotic ghost city, there's also another Ghost King with even more terrifying battle prowess? When these ghost generals saw it, they were all stunned. Ghost Blade Swordheart. It was the Ghost Blade Swordheart who was attacking the Ghost Mother tree. What was going on? Why did the Ghost Blade Swordheart attack the Ghost Mother tree, but no other Ghost Kings came stop it? Chunzong didn't care about this. The third wave of sword chi pierced through the air and blasted the Ghost Mother tree full of holes. Then a sword slashed through the air. Half-hearted, for phantoms flashed in an instant. As the real body swung the sword, 5 rays of sword chi merged into one. Its power increased exponentially. Rumble. The Ghost Mother tree was cut in half and fell to one side, making a shocking rumbling sound. Dust and smoke billowed in all directions. The entire chaotic ghost city was shaking. Wisps of black spread out from the fallen Ghost Mother tree. Then, they seemed to be attracted by something. They turned into a black dragon and rushed toward Chunzong. Chunzong felt his body tremble. The will of the realm in his body felt like it had eaten its fill. It was almost full. Since he became a ghost and entered the ghost region, he had absorbed more than 20 Ghost Kings and 2 Ghost Mother Tree's wills. He had absorbed many Ghost Generals, Ghost Soldiers, and even Ghost Beast wills. It was a lot. What should I do next? Chunzong couldn't help but think. Then, he looked at the surrounding ghosts. Kill. Kill them all. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, there was still meat. Moreover, many little drops made an ocean. When a powerful Ghost King attacked recklessly, the weaker Ghost Kings couldn't resist, let alone Ghost Generals and Ghost Soldiers. Kill, kill, kill. The ghosts thought that the Ghost Blade's Swordheart had gone mad. Massacre. This was a completely one-sided slaughter. Chunzong's will was tenacious to the extreme, and it was unshakable like steel that had been tempered 100 times. Under the swaying of the peak gray divine flower, all the negative impacts were completely resisted and dispersed. Moreover, this kind of massacre couldn't temper his will much, because the difference in level was too great. His will was unmoved, and he killed with one sword. There were 36 ghost sects in Chaos Ghost City, which corresponded to 36 tribes. Now, they were being massacred one by one. With a flash, Chunzong appeared in the sky above the Ghost Blade sect and waved his sword without hesitation. Ghost King, this is the Ghost Blade sect. A ghost general shouted in disbelief. The leader of the Ghost Blade sect was attacking the Ghost Blade sect. What was going on? Was his mind bewitched? He had never heard of it. Chunzong didn't care. He kept waving his sword. Every time he waved his sword, hundreds and thousands of ghosts were killed, as if he was cutting grass. Soon, the 36 ghost sects in Chaos Ghost City were massacred by Chunzong, turning it into a ghost city. With only one sword, Chunzong completed the feat that the 36 tribes of the Ghost Clan wanted to do but couldn't. This was also because Chunzong's sword had a suppressive and destructive effect on the Ghost Clan. The sword chi technique that he had comprehended from the Ghost Mother Tree's germination had a terrifying destructive power. It was really effective against the Ghost Clan, who had strong bodies and tenacious vitality. Countless wills of the Ghost Realm gathered from all directions and were absorbed by the will of the world on Chunzong's body. It also fed Chunzong waves of subtle but extremely pure energy. Suddenly, his mind trembled. The will of the world on his body also fluctuated slightly, as if it was warning Chunzong. Chunzong only felt his body tremble slightly. He couldn't help but feel a cold aura spreading. A wave of malicious intent attacked him, causing his eyebrows to twitch uncontrollably and his spirit sea to surge. Danger! Danger! His own reaction and the warning from the will of the world on his body made Chunzong realize that something was wrong. He was afraid that his actions had attracted the attention of the will of the Ghost Realm. Although he wasn't sure, the will of the Ghost Realm seemed to feel that something was wrong. Go! Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately turned into a black light, tore the sky apart, and rushed toward the Ghost Forest tribe at the fastest speed. That was where the Ghost Purgatory Gate was located. Leave. Although he hadn't swallowed enough wills of the Ghost Realm, the will of the Ghost Realm seemed to have noticed him. If he didn't leave now, something big would happen. Make a prompt decision, without hesitation, because if he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Rumble. A fierce wind suddenly blew. Black lightning appeared in the sky, splitting the sky. The dark clouds were directly torn apart, revealing a touch of scarlet. Then, Chunzong noticed that a scarlet phantom with a single eye silently condensed in the sky and stared at him. Chunzong's entire body trembled the moment the gigantic eye stared at him. An astonishing chill seemed to emerge from the deepest part of his body and also from the deepest part of his soul, causing him to feel extremely terrified. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Chunzong kept urging his power to maintain his speed at the highest speed. Wind and thunder surged. The bloody light spread and spread. The scarlet eye became more and more solid. Then, endless bloody light fell. Endless wind and thunder fell. Endless dark aura swept in from all directions. It was like a huge whirlpool storm, connecting the sky and the earth. It looked like a horrible dragon pillar that crossed the sky and stretched for hundreds of miles. The aura was vast and mighty, and when it spread out, it suppressed the void and the world. Cracks appeared in the surroundings. Chunzong just looked back. He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling and his hair standing on end. The raging, bloody lightning storm condensed the terrible power that could destroy everything. Chunzong knew that if he fell into it, he would be killed in an instant. Not even his bones would be left, and his soul would scatter. In an instant, an arm broke the whirlpool storm. No matter how the storm swept, it didn't affect it at all. It was like a breeze blowing on fine steel. It didn't cause any damage. It didn't even shake a bit. What kind of arm was that? The arm was huge, and its 5 fingers were like giant pillars. The circumference of the arm alone reached an astonishing 3 meters. It was completely black, but it was covered with thick blood-red veins. The veins were undulating and coiling, like blood-red dragons circling around. Blood flowed like magma constantly. Red light flickered, and an incomparably blazing aura spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. A giant. It was a giant from the Ghost Clan with a sharp horn on its forehead. It was 100 meters tall. Its muscles were like cast iron, containing terrible power. When it was activated, it could destroy everything. The bloody veins on its body were entangled like serpents and dragons. Its blood spread like magma. The surrounding temperature rose sharply. Even the whirlpool was burned. Even though he was far away, Chunzong could feel the terrible heat. It was as if it was going to burn him. His mouth was dry. His body began to heat up. The realm of freedom. Chunzong immediately entered the realm of freedom. He isolated all the negative effects. His speed also increased imperceptibly. Boom! The 100-meter-tall giant from the Ghost Clan stepped forward. It was hundreds of meters with each step. It didn't seem to be fast, but it was slowly increasing its speed. At first, it took 3 breaths to take a step. After a while, it took 2 breaths to take a step, as if it was adapting to its huge body. After a while, it took 2 breaths to take a step. Of course, compared with Chunzong's speed, there was a big gap. In 1 breath, the giant moved hundreds of meters, but Chunzong could fly as far as 10,000 meters. The distance between them was constantly increasing. Chapter 1901. I just gave little Sixtao a bath and told Lu Sa that it would end at 12 o'clock in the evening, so he would probably be ranked 17th and wouldn't be able to increase any further. I'm both regretful and happy at the same time. I'm regretful that I can't continue, but I'm also glad that little Sixtao can finally have a good rest. I didn't expect to be slapped in the face again in the blink of an eye. I'm so excited that I feel like I'm floating in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook as if an earthquake was coming. Dust and smoke billowed as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging. The momentum was extremely terrifying. The dust and smoke formed a straight line. It didn't go around at all. It just charged straight ahead. Chunzong kept flying forward. The 100-meter-tall giant kept chasing after him. Its speed was getting faster and faster. From 1 step per 3 breaths to 1 step per 2 breaths, then 1 step per breath. Now it took 10 steps per breath. The faster it moved, the more shocking and terrifying its movements were. Everything in its path was completely flattened by the 100-meter-tall Ghost Clan giant. It rampaged through everything and completely flattened everything. The small ghost tribes along the way had only just felt the terrifying tremors, and before they could react, they immediately felt a shockingly high temperature sweep over them, as if a volcano had erupted. The temperature was shocking and terrifying. It seemed to burn everything. The ghosts whose combat strength was not yet at the level of the ghost soldiers felt like their blood was ignited under the high temperature. Screams came one after another. In the blink of an eye, the ghosts of the small tribes were covered in blood-red flames. With the high temperature as the catalyst, blood as the source. Burn! In the blink of an eye, the ghosts were burned to ashes. Trample. Destroy. Destroy. What's that? Monster. The ghost clansmen guarding the ghost city were all shocked. A few ghost kings also attacked. The high temperature swept over, making their mouths dry as if they were about to burn. It was extremely uncomfortable. The ghost kings stared dumbfoundedly at the huge figure that kept approaching. The blood-red tendons on the figure's body were constantly surging with lava-like blood. They seemed to be boiling, burning wantonly, burning everything, burning everything. Burn, burn, burn. The surrounding void was distorted by the burning. From afar, it looked like a flaming ghost god covered in a layer of red flames. Ghost God Mighty Force. Without hesitation, a Ghost King immediately activated the Ghost God's mighty force accumulated in the Ghost City and summoned the Ghost God Shadow to possess him. Kill. The Ghost Kings immediately joined forces and attacked. The huge flaming ghost-like figure charged straight at them without any intention of taking a detour. That terrifying aura caused them to feel even more terrified. If they did not resist it, Ghost City would probably be destroyed directly. Thus, they had to take action and take the initiative to intercept him. When several Ghost Kings joined forces, especially when a Ghost King summoned a Ghost God Phantom to possess his body, his battle prowess increased by several times, which was even more astonishing. Boom! The Ghost Kings directly used their innate abilities and erupted with all their strength, directly attacking. Ripples appeared in the void, and even cracks appeared, quickly spreading out. However, when these tyrannical attacks hit the huge figure, they were immediately dispersed. They were unable to harm the terrifying flaming figure at all. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The Ghost Kings were all stunned. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Unexpectedly, their attacks were completely ineffective. They were completely blocked. How could this be? Boom! The flaming ghost-like figure also counterattacked in an instant. He blasted out a palm, sweeping across the sky and rolling up a terrifying bloody flame storm. Even if the Ghost Kings were possessed by the Ghost God Phantom and their battle prowess increased by several times, it was of no use. They were completely defeated in just one exchange and turned into ashes. Push! Once the Ghost Kings died, Ghost City lost its top battle prowess. The remaining ghost soldiers and ghost generals fled in all directions. The city walls were directly breached, unable to stop the flaming ghost-like figure at all. Everything was smashed and melted by the high temperature. The heat became more and more intense, and the impact continued to spread. Qinzong felt the danger at all times. It was too terrifying. A ghost city was destroyed just like that. This kind of power could not be resisted at all. Even if he had the heart-sealed treasure robe on him to weaken the attack, the remaining 30% was enough to turn him into ashes in an instant. Run! He had never thought that such a crisis would occur. Could it be that he had acted too quickly? He had devoured too much of the Ghost Realm's will in an instant, so much so that it had attracted the attention of the Ghost Realm's will. It realized that something was wrong and counterattacked. That was possible. However, Qinzong was also worried that the more time passed, the more variables there would be. That was why he had sped up. He did not expect such an unforeseen event to occur. It was too late to say anything now. Moreover, if he had to do it again, Qinzong would choose to devour the Ghost Realms as soon as possible to complete this mission and leave the Purgatory Ghost Realm as soon as possible to return to Tianyuan Sacred Region. No matter what, he had to leave now. He had to leave the Purgatory Ghost Realm as soon as possible and return to Tianyuan Sacred Region. Only by returning to Tianyuan Sacred Region would he be safe. Otherwise, if he was caught here, he would be turned into ashes in one strike. Everything would be for naught. Fast. The speed of the flaming ghost-like figure was getting faster and faster. In just a breath, it had crossed dozens of meters. Every step it took could cross thousands of meters. In the blink of an eye, it could cross tens of thousands of meters. Wherever it passed, people were plunged into misery and suffering, leaving a thick black trail on the ground. It was as if a thick brush had been drawn on a white paper. It was very clear. Pursuit. Relentless pursuit. The more it chased, the more furious it became. The more furious it was, the more intense the scarlet flames burned on its body. Burn! 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 Burn everything! Burn everything! Complete annihilation. As the speed of the flaming, ghost-like figure increased, the distance between them was constantly shortening. An astonishingly high temperature swept over. Qinzong felt as if his body was about to be set on fire. He used his cultivation method to constantly eliminate the burning invasion. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. He had to fly at a faster speed. Qinzong found that although the yin-yang seamless body technique was amazing, it was more suitable for fighting than long-distance flying. Moving in a straight line is the fastest, but that's what I know in the past. The trajectory of a heartbeat chain sword is an arc, which is faster than moving in a straight line. Under the strong sense of crisis, Qinzong's mind became more and more condensed, as if it had been condensed to the extreme. With the temporary boost from the will of the world, a spiritual light emerged. Suddenly, the trajectory of Qinzong's body began to change. He was no longer moving in a straight line, but he was moving in an arc. However, his speed did not decrease because of this. Instead, it increased under the same distance. This meant that Qinzong's speed was indeed increasing. Almost one arc leap would cover a distance of about 10,000 meters. He had to fly again. At first, he was unfamiliar with it. However, with continuous comprehension and application, he improved rapidly, which was extremely amazing. One arc leap was 10,000 meters. This was the best distance. If it was too long, the arc would be enlarged. Once it was enlarged, it would affect time imperceptibly and reduce the speed in disguise. 10,000 meters was just right. This was the most suitable distance. With 10,000 meters as a segment, The connection between each segment had to be perfect. Suddenly, Chunzong turned into a curve and kept flying in the void. He was like a snake, but also like a swimming dragon. Unknowingly, Chunzong's speed increased by another 30%. Chunzong's speed was already extremely fast. After the 30% increase, it was even more amazing. Even the top ghost kings like the Ghost Kings and Mysterious Demons could not compare with Chunzong's speed. The distance was increased again. Fast. Chunzong was getting closer and closer to the Ghost Forest tribe. Approaching. The flaming ghost deity's speed was also increasing constantly, and it let out a furious roar. In an instant, Chunzong rushed over and directly entered the city of the Ghost Forest tribe. He went to the place where the Purgatory Ghost Gate was sealed. The first thing to do was to lift the seal. This would take some time. The terrifying flaming ghost deity was chasing after him at an amazing speed. Everything along the way was turned into ashes. The crisis was getting closer and closer. Chunzong was not anxious. He was calm. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he needed to be calm. Only in this way could the seal be lifted. In fact, it was not difficult to lift the seal. It was just that the crisis was getting closer and closer, and he felt that every second was like a year. Everything was a psychological change. Extreme calmness. The seal was being lifted rapidly. It would take about 3 breaths. However, the flaming ghost deity was approaching and had already rushed into the city. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The seal was lifted. At the same time, the flaming ghost deity punched out. The terrifying fist force was filled with extreme flames that burned everything. Wherever it passed, the void was directly shattered into countless pieces. Without the slightest hesitation, Chunzong's figure flashed as he charged into the Purgatory's Ghost Realm Gate. He felt a terrifying rumble behind him as an indescribable heat spread out, almost turning him into ashes. So close. It was just a little bit. A little bit of time difference was the difference between life and death. Not long after, Chunzong rushed out of the Purgatory Ghost Gate and returned to the Supreme Mystery World. As soon as he returned to the Supreme Mystery World, Chunzong immediately felt a familiar aura. The body of the Ghost Clan was also rapidly transforming, returning to the original appearance of the human clan. Sure enough, he still preferred the aura of the Supreme Mystery World. The aura of the Ghost City was also much weaker. "I'm back." Chun Xiao, who had been guarding the Purgatory Ghost Gate, smiled. After not seeing him for a while, his aura had become more profound and unfathomable. "I'm back." Chunzong nodded, a little intoxicated by the aura here. Immediately, the world wool on his body also peeled off and condensed into an illusory shadow, looking much more solid than before. "Now, let's work together to close the Purgatory Ghost Gate." Just as Chunzong, Chun Xiao, and the world wool were about to close the Purgatory Ghost Gate, a sudden change occurred. An extremely blazing aura suddenly turned into flames and rushed out of the Purgatory Ghost Gate, sweeping everything. The terrifying heat seemed to melt everything. Immediately after, a 3-meter-thick arm covered in magma veins emerged from the Purgatory Ghost Gate. It was burning with terrifying flames and rumbled as if the world itself was about to collapse. Destruction. Filled with a terrifying destructive aura, it spread out and shrouded all directions. It was the arm of the flaming ghost deity. It had chased them to this point, and one of its arms had broken into the Supreme Mystery World. If it didn't stop it, it was very likely that the other party would enter the Supreme Mystery World through the Purgatory Ghost Gate. At that time, it would be a real disaster. Attack. 3 hearts, 2 minds sword technique. 10,000 swords in 1. Chunzong immediately burst out without holding back. Chun Xiao's body also suddenly erupted with a terrifying and ferocious aura. Azura Moon Slashing. Chapter 1902. The Azura Moon Slashing sword was pitch black, and the crescent moon split the sky. Its power was unparalleled. Supreme Tao Will. Chunzong could not help but be shocked. When his original body was in the purgatory realm, the connection between him and his doppelganger was like being separated by two realms. It was temporarily cut off, so he did not know about the other situation. He did not expect that Chun Xiu's Tao will had also transformed into a supreme Tao will. Divine Fiend Tao will. This was a Tao will that was formed by the Divine Fiend Tao while absorbing the last of the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl's power. It was closely related to the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. The power that the Divine Fiend Tao will could unleash when combined with the Divine Fiend battle technique surpassed direct superposition, and there was an obvious increase in power. And this sword also broke through the original 20% power condensation, reaching 30%. It was even more terrifying, as if nothing in the world could block this sword. There are thousands of sword techniques, but I only choose one slash, the ultimate slash. The power that burst out from this extreme sword was extremely terrifying. Qinzong estimated that the power of this sword was enough to directly split a top Ghost King, like Ghost King Xianlai. The Divine Fiend battle technique attached to it was fierce and domineering, and it was enough to quickly obliterate Ghost King Xianlai's extremely vigorous life force. In other words, Chun Xiu's Azura moon-slashing sword had a terrifying power that was not inferior to the 10,000 swords in one. The original body and doppelganger attacked with all their might, and the void instantly shattered. The strength of the space in Tianyuan's sacred region was far inferior to the purgatory realm. However, such a powerful attack hit. The flaming, ghostly arm was only slightly broken. The burning flames on it only left a faint scar on the arm. That was all. Horrifying. Chunzong and Chun Xiu were extremely horrified. Why was it so strong? Both of them unleashed their strongest attacks, but it was still difficult to do anything to the other party. How could they fight? You guys stop it. I will close the ghost gate. The voice of the worlds will ring in Chunzong and Chun Xiu's ears. If that was the case, then let's attack again. Explode. Explode. Exploding with all his strength. Chunzong even used the Royal Spirit Strike. Of course, the current Royal Spirit Strike was not as powerful as the 10,000 swords in one, but it was still a very powerful technique. As for Qin Xiu, he used one slash. Azura moon-slashing sword. Ultimate slash. Although their attacks were unable to harm the arm, to a certain extent, they were able to delay it and intercept it. This would buy time for the world to close the Purgatory's Ghost Realm Gate. The gate of hell slowly closed under the power of the will of the world. It was irresistible and irreversible. This part of the world, this part of space-time, was closely connected to the world will. If the space-time of this world was the body, then the will of the world was the soul. They were interdependent and indispensable. Previously, when the world fell into a deep slumber, it was as if a person had turned into a vegetable. Now that he had woken up, it meant that he had recovered, but his strength was still not enough. He was still very weak, and his control over his own body was also very weak. That was why he needed the help of Chunzong and the others. If he recovered to a certain extent, he would be able to summon a flaming demon to chase after Chunzong, just like the Purgatory Ghost Realm. If he was even stronger, he might have been able to kill him directly. The Purgatory Ghost Realms will have been swallowed by the world while on Chunzong's body. Its power had decreased a lot. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether Chunzong could escape. Although the world had not recovered to its peak, it had recovered a lot. Compared to when it had just woken up, it was many times stronger. It had more obvious control over the space-time of this part of the world. Close. The flaming demon's arm continued to erupt with tyrannical power, trying to expand the gate of hell, but it could not stop it from closing. It was completely closed. The flaming demon's arm could not leave and was directly cut off. Chunzong and Qin Xiu also breathed a sigh of relief. They suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in their bodies, and their essence, qi, and spirit were almost depleted. The world will's phantom immediately swallowed the ghost realms contained in the flaming demon's arm. It was very tyrannical. It was not inferior to the more than 20 ghost kings that Chunzong had killed. When it finished swallowing, Chunzong could see that the phantom of the world had become more solid. It was obvious that it had improved again. The ghost realms had been swallowed. The terrifying arm also lost all its power and became wrinkled. However, it still exuded an extremely terrifying aura. It was ferocious and could suppress everything. This broken arm that had lost the ghost realms was useless to the world will. Shinshio kept it. The power on it could be absorbed and refined to improve the divine fiend Azura battle technique. Thank you. The voice of the world will's phantom sounded. It was deep and vigorous, with unparalleled charm. We both took what we needed. Shinzong responded. It was indeed so. As for the polite words to build a good relationship with the world will and so on, to Shinzong, it did not exist. The world will had always been fair and just. Unless there was a special reason, it was almost impossible to build a good relationship with it. There was no need to waste time and effort. Of course, if his path ended here, it would be necessary to waste time and effort. But no, his path was in the void of the universe. When do you want to comprehend the world's origin? The world will's phantom asked. He also did not intend to build a good relationship with Chunzong. It did not exist either. Now, Chunzong's eyes flashed, and he replied without hesitation. After experiencing countless battles, he had constantly improved and had reached a limit. Chunzong felt that if he wanted to continue to break through, unless there was a great opportunity, it would take a lot of time. Comprehending the world's origin was a great opportunity. Comprehending it now was also to strike while the iron was hot. Now, the Purgatory Ghost Gate was closed, and the Purgatory Ghost Realm was in great chaos because of Chunzong. They had suffered heavy losses. Not only did Chunzong directly kill more than 20 Ghost Kings, but 3 ghost cities were also destroyed because of the flaming ghost god, excluding the ghost city of the Ghost Forest tribe. The number of ghost kings that died like this increased by nearly 10. It could be said that the Purgatory Ghost Realm suffered heavy losses after this battle. In addition, the Purgatory Ghost Gate was closed, so they could not open it again and invade the Tianyuan Sacred Realm again. Moreover, the world will of the Tianyuan Sacred Realm had not only awakened, but also recovered a lot of its power. The strength of the space had also increased significantly. Although it was not as strong as the Purgatory Ghost Realm, it would not be a problem to reach half of the Purgatory Ghost Realm strength. The higher the strength of the space, the more difficult it would be to open the Purgatory Ghost Gate. It was safe. It was finally safe. The Shura sect should return to the territory of Tai Luo City. But before that, they had to disperse the dark aura in the territory of Tai Luo City. With the Purgatory Ghost Gate closed, this was not a difficult task. Chun Xiu left to relocate the Shura sect, and Chunzong disappeared in an instant. He was taken to the depths of the world by the world will. In another place, the heavenly god Gong's body was covered in golden light, as if flames were burning fiercely. In an instant, wisps of aura spread from all directions. The aura on the heavenly god Gong's body also gradually changed, becoming more mysterious. This mysterious aura continued to deepen, causing the aura on his body to become more and more powerful. The burning golden flames seemed to carry with them an indestructible will. Indestructible. The heavenly god Gong felt that the power contained in his body could shatter the vacuum and destroy the world. The depths of the world were grotesque and variegated, like a kaleidoscope. Countless colors flashed in front of one's eyes, and countless rays of light surrounded one's body. It was dark and dim, as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Chunzong continued to go deeper under the guidance of the world will. Looking around, he suddenly felt dazzled. It seemed like he was passing through a space-time tunnel, but it also didn't seem like it. All in all, the mysterious aura around him was indescribable. He had not really reached the depths of the world, but there were already such gorgeous sceneries on the way. Chunzong could feel that the countless colors contained astonishing mysteries. If he comprehended it, he would also gain a lot. However, since he could go to the depths of the world to comprehend the origin of the world, the effect would be more than 10 times better. Chunzong was looking forward to it. He wondered what kind of benefits he would gain from comprehending the origin of the world. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong also noticed that the colorful colors around him had become sparse. Gradually, they turned into clear light, rippling gently like water. This is the depths of the world. That is the origin of the world. Go ahead and comprehend it. The voice of the world will entered Chunzong's ears, and then it fell silent. There was only one chance. Chunzong immediately stared ahead. In front of him was like a lake. The lake water was clear, and it was suffused with a faint brilliance. The clear light rippled like water, like a cool breeze blowing past. It was indescribably comfortable and natural, and indescribably deep and unfathomable. This was the origin of the world. The origin of the world carried the power of the world. It was like the life force of the world. It was the power of the deepest level of life. When the world will was asleep, the world still existed and continued to operate. It was just that it was relatively lifeless. However, if it lost its origin, the entire world would collapse, be destroyed, and disappear. The life force and a mystery of power of a world would be concentrated in the origin of the world. In short, when a cultivator cultivated and comprehended the mystery of heaven and earth, it was just like comprehending a trace of aura emitted by the origin of the world. That aura seemed to be separated by layers of voids and emitted from the deepest part of the world. It was emitted to the point where one could comprehend it. It was unknown how many times weaker it was. In some places, the mystery of heaven and earth was stronger because it was less weakened. But now, Chunzong directly appeared in front of the origin of the world. He stared at and comprehended the origin of the world in the most direct way. This was not weakened at all. Heart Sword Seal, Heart Sutra, comprehension of the origin of the world. These three could be placed side by side. Any one of them was enough to create a top genius and a top expert, not to mention the combination of the three. Imperceptibly, it made Chunzong's potential reach an even more amazing level, and it built an incomparably solid foundation for him to become an expert in the future. Comprehension. Eliminating all distracting thoughts, Chunzong began to calm his mind, hold his breath, and concentrate. His eyes were suffused with a trace of divine light. He stared ahead and started to comprehend. As soon as he started to comprehend, Chunzong immediately felt countless mysteries rushing directly into his spirit's sea and into the depths of his soul. Chunzong could not help but tremble. He felt that it was unbearable. Chapter 1903. All the yin qi in the territory of Tai Luo City had disappeared, and the sky was clear and bright. Not only that, but the concentration of the qi of heaven and earth in the entire Taishan realm continued to rise, and so did its purity. It was already twice as high as before the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost Clan. It continued to strengthen. The denser and purer the qi of heaven and earth was, the more significant it was. For ordinary people, it could strengthen their bodies, prolong their lives, and prevent them from getting sick. Even their descendants would become more outstanding and more suitable for cultivation. In this way, the chances of geniuses being born would be higher than before. If this continued, it was hard to say whether there would be top geniuses like Sky Godgong or Chunzong, but the number of geniuses and even peerless geniuses would definitely continue to increase. Overall, they would only become stronger and stronger. This was an overall, comprehensive improvement. For cultivators, it was easier to absorb the qi of heaven and earth. Whether it was the improvement of cultivation or the practice of cultivation methods, it would be more efficient than before. Moreover, they could comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth more clearly and even more deeply. All in all, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. This was brought about by the awakening of the will of the world and the gradual recovery of its power. As for the territory of Tai Luo City, which was directly invaded by the Purgatory Ghost Clan, it suffered the most damage, but after recovery, the benefits were also the most obvious. It was as if it had been destroyed and rebuilt. Not long after, the broken land in the territory of Tai Luo City began to recover, and a dense forest grew. It was lush and full of vitality. Before, the chi of heaven and earth and the mysteries of heaven and earth in the territory of Tai Luo City were completely incomparable to those in the territory of Taishan City. But now it began to catch up. Perhaps it would catch up, or perhaps even surpass. Under the leadership of Chun Xiu, the Shura clan, from the clan leader to the disciples, once again moved back to the territory of Tai Luo City and Shura Peak. Because Chun Xiu was the first to detect the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost clan and immediately made corresponding arrangements, the losses were minimal. Coupled with the flexible combat and hunting of the Shura Ghost hunting group, although there were some losses, relatively speaking, the gains were greater. For example, the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong and the Heaven Battering King, whose combat strength was originally at the elite 6-star level, wanted to break through to the 7-star level. With the normal speed of cultivation, who knew how much time and energy it would take, and they might not succeed in the end. It was possible that he would be stuck at the peak of 6-star for the rest of his life. But now, both the Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King had reached the level of elite 7-star, and their 7 battle stars were all silver-white. This fighting strength was many times stronger than in the past. All of this was because of the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost race. As long as the surviving cultivators were able to obtain the essence of the Purgatory Ghoul's origin, they would be able to obtain a clear increase in strength. Or, they would be able to achieve a breakthrough because of the awakening of the world will, causing the world's yuan qi and the mysteries of the world to become richer. All in all, the surviving cultivators had become stronger because of the invasion of the Purgatory Ghouls. It feels great to be back in Azura Foam. A disciple stood on the Azura Peak, breathing in the familiar and dense aura. He couldn't help but reveal an intoxicated expression. To the disciples, the sect was their home. Previously, they had no choice but to move and temporarily set up their sect in another place. However, that was only temporary. It was still temporary. Once it was defined as a temporary sect, everyone would also think so in their hearts. If it wasn't home, they wouldn't feel at ease. Now, they were finally back in Azura Foam, the real sect of the Azura sect. Everyone felt a sense of security. This would undoubtedly be beneficial to the cultivators' cultivation. Now that they were back in Azura Foam, the Azura Secret Realm could be opened again. With the Azura Secret Realm, the strength of the Azura sect would continue to grow. Moreover, the cultivation environment of the current Tai Luo City was comparable to that of the highest mystery realm. In the future, the Azura sect would definitely surpass the peak of the ancient Azura sect and even become one of the top forces in the highest mystery realm. After bringing all the members of the Azura sect back to Azura Foam in Tai Luo City, Chun Xiu's mission was completed. Sooner or later, he would have to leave and head to the depths of the universe to find the other inheritances left behind by the Nirvana Sword Master. Therefore, Chun Xiu would try his best not to interfere with the affairs of the Azura sect. He would let them make their own decisions. If they encountered any difficulties, they would have to solve it themselves unless there was no other way. After entering the Azura Secret Realm, Chun Xiu took out the severed arm of the Flaming Ghost God and started to use the divine fiend Azura battle technique to absorb the ferocious power contained in it. This power was very high-end. Compared to the power that the Ghost King had mastered, it was a level higher. It was most suitable for cultivating the divine fiend Azura battle technique. The divine fiend Azura battle technique was very advanced. It mainly cultivated the power of the divine fiend Azura and strengthened the body. Of course, it wasn't a cultivation technique of the body. Therefore, this strengthening didn't make the body like a cultivator of the body. Instead, it raised the level of life. In other words, it allowed Chun Xiu's body to continuously improve. Azura body. It could also be called the Azura spirit body. Endless years, endless cultivation. While Chun Xiu was cultivating in the Azura secret realm, the heavenly god Gong was also cultivating. The golden flames on his body seemed to be inextinguishable, burning like an eternal divine flame. His body's potential was constantly stimulated, and his spirit body was slowly improving. Body constitution was very helpful to cultivators. Those with excellent body constitutions would have a smooth-sailing cultivation, especially when they were blessed with great fortune. The heavenly god Gong felt that his body's potential was constantly being stimulated. His body was also constantly improving, and his combat power was becoming more and more powerful. Chunzong, the heavenly god Gong's eyes stared ahead. They seemed to be able to pierce through the void, burning with eternal golden flames. Chunzong, Jiani Chunzong. This was the obsession in the deepest part of his heart. It was a thorn, a shadow. No matter what, he had to defeat Chunzong. Only then could he remove the thorn in his heart and remove the shadow in his heart. Soon, very soon, when he finished cultivating, his combat power would increase greatly. When he reached the peak, it would be time to defeat Jiandi Chunzong. In the deepest part of the world, a clear light spread out like a lake. It seemed to be rippling in the wind. The aura that spread out was extremely mysterious, and Chunzong was completely intoxicated by it. The mysteries were endless, and it was extremely direct and intense. Just by comprehending it, countless mysteries rushed into his divine sea. In an instant, Chunzong felt as if his divine sea was going to explode. There were too many mysteries. Chunzong was so scared that he immediately stopped comprehending. Although he was prepared, it was still unexpected. It was really too intense. The mysteries of heaven and earth were endless, but human cultivation was not like that. There had to be a choice. If one didn't make a choice and was too greedy, wanting this and that, the end result would be nothing. After all, there were too many mysteries in heaven and earth. There were too many to count. Moreover, every mystery was worth comprehending. They were extremely profound. Even with Chunzong's astonishing comprehension, it was impossible for him to comprehend all the mysteries. He had to choose the ones that were most useful to him. Feel carefully and feel the mysteries that were closely related to him. First, the cultivation method. The Taichu sword origin technique was now at the 8th level, but he still hadn't condensed the flower of extremity. This meant that he hadn't reached the limit yet. Then, he had to create the 9th level. The difficulty of creating the 9th level was very high. If he didn't have any opportunities, Chunzong estimated that he would have to spend a lot of time. But the opportunity was right in front of him. He had to grab it. Maybe I can take this opportunity to further optimize the Taichu sword origin technique. Chunzong suddenly had an idea. The level of the Taichu sword origin technique was about the same as heaven and earth execution technique. But compared to the divine fiend Azura battle technique, it was much weaker. Of course, Chunzong didn't dare to hope to improve the Taichu sword origin technique to the level of the divine fiend Azura battle technique. But after fighting so many battles and obtaining such opportunities to comprehend the origin of the world, it would be of great help to the perfection of his foundation. He could take this opportunity to further optimize the Taichu sword origin technique. Maybe he could condense the top-level flower of extremity. The difference between the top level and the top level was very obvious. If the original Taichu sword origin technique was given to the 9th level, he would probably only be able to condense the top-level flower of extremity. This wasn't what Chunzong was after. Comprehend. Throw away the other mysteries and just focus on the technique and draw out the mysteries that were closely related to it. That was the mysteries of the sword. Taichu, sword. A feeling of the beginning of the world filled his heart, his spirit ocean, and his soul. Chunzong continuously came into contact with it, comprehended it, and grasped it. Suddenly, Chunzong seemed to see a flash of sword light cut through the dark void. Instantly, the clear air rose and the turbid air sank. That flash of sword light came from nowhere, and no one knew where it ended. It flashed past, and the darkness was torn apart. Heaven and earth were opened. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to have seen the birth of this world. The clear air rose to the sky. The turbid air sank to the ground. When heaven and earth were opened, it became clear. But in the middle, there's still chaos. This was the embryonic form of heaven and earth. The Taichu sword origin technique takes endless sharpness, the sharpness that can split heaven and earth, tearing everything apart, and is unstoppable. A flash of spiritual light suddenly appeared. But it seems to be more than that. The Taichu sword origin technique is the premise of splitting heaven and earth. After that, it is the evolution of heaven and earth. Comprehend. As he continued to comprehend, endless mysteries emanated from the origin of the world, allowing Chunzong to come into contact with it more directly and comprehend it. Chunzong immediately realized that his previous Taichu sword origin technique seemed to have deviated. No, it shouldn't be said to be a deviation. The path was correct, but it was a little shallow. It didn't go deeper, and it didn't really develop the potential that it should have. Splitting heaven and earth, evolving heaven and earth. This was the correct path of the Taichu sword origin technique. Rising from chaos, opening at Taichu, the sword master of heaven and earth. This was the true Taichu sword origin technique. Chapter 1904. 4 updates from 17th to 13th are complete. Thank you to Arvin_Lu for your support. In the depths of the world, in front of the world origin, a series of roars suddenly sounded from Chunzong's body. It was as if a storm was raging, and the momentum was shocking. The Taichu sword origin continued to circulate, and Chunzong's body also trembled slightly. The first level of the Taichu sword origin technique. Circulate. It was as if he had broken the shackles and started cultivating again. The first level, the second level, the third level, level after level, he cultivated again and again. The first 3 levels were still the foundation. At the 4th level, he felt that the Taichu sword origin had undergone some strange changes. It was still sharp, and it could tear through everything. It was as if the world was being split open. His meridians and other things were all being torn apart by the constant impact. At the 5th level, the sharpness was even more tyrannical and shocking. At the 6th level, the sharpness seemed to have undergone some strange changes. Circulate, circulate, circulate. Circulate endlessly. Circulate endlessly. The Taichu sword origin cultivated at the 6th level was already comparable to the previous 8th level. Its power was very shocking. This meant that the Taichu sword origin technique had a very significant improvement. The 7th level. Chunzong began to break through to the 7th level. The 7th level had new mysteries. The first level to the 3rd level of the Taichu sword origin technique was the foundation. A solid foundation would give more potential for future cultivation. The 4th level to the 6th level was the extreme sharpness that could split open the world. But what about after splitting open the world? That would be the evolution of the world. The 7th level was the beginning of the evolution of the world. As the understanding emerged, the Taichu sword origin seemed to become violent, as if it wanted to tear Chunzong's body apart. In an instant, the power hidden deep in Chunzong's body seemed to be drawn. It flowed out like a stream. This power was the pure origin power that Chunzong received after he entered the Purgatory Ghost realm as a Purgatory Ghost. It was a very high-level power that was many levels higher than the original essence of the Ghost realm. This power was hidden in Chunzong's body and kept accumulating. Chunzong had been thinking about how to use these dormant powers to improve himself, because after returning to the highest profundity realm, Chunzong also tried a little, but found that it was difficult to mobilize. The power was dormant in the deepest part of his body and could only be felt. Who would have thought that he would actually take the initiative to appear here? Chunzong's meridians were torn apart by the 7th level of the Taichu sword essence. Even his muscles were torn apart. He felt as if he had been pierced by thousands of swords, and he was in excruciating pain. The energy that lay dormant in the depths of his body surged out in succession, transforming into a violent tide that swept out and struck every part of his body. Everywhere it passed, the places that had been torn apart by the sword energy healed. Chunzong suddenly felt that as his body was torn apart by the sword origin and then healed by the extremely high-end origin energy, his physique had also changed and improved. This kind of transformation was different from the transformation of body refinement techniques. The body refining cultivation method was to constantly improve oneself. Through bitter cultivation and various resources, one could make up for their innate deficiencies and constantly improve themselves. However, the transformation and improvement at this moment was even more brilliant. It was a leap in the level of life. It was deeper and more profound. It was also more brilliant. This kind of transformation was very mysterious and difficult to describe in words. He did not resist or struggle, but went along with the transformation. It came from the perception of the heart, and this transformation was very beneficial to him. The seventh level of the Taichu sword essence continued to operate. This kind of power had already surpassed the original eighth level. In addition to the extreme sharpness, there was also a kind of mysterious transformation in his body. It was as if his body was a piece of chaos. Wherever the sword energy passed, it tore apart everything, as if it was splitting the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth were evolving. His body was constantly being torn apart. Every time it was torn apart, origin energy would surge in and repair it, causing it to improve unknowingly. Transformation. Transformation of the cultivation method. Transformation of the body. This kind of feeling was as if his physique was improving. It was very similar. In the lineage of heaven and earth in the eternal battle fort, his physique of heaven and earth had undergone many body improvements. Therefore, this kind of feeling was very clear, as if it was branded. Could it be that his body was transforming into some kind of physique? Chunzong was very clear that his body did not have any special bloodline or physique. It was just an ordinary body. Although the heart sword seal had cleansed his meridians and washed his marrow, it was only an improvement and optimization. He did not have any special bloodline or physique. For a cultivator, it was very important to have a bloodline or physique talent. It was a kind of innate talent and an innate advantage. Of course, Chunzong did not care much about whether he had any special bloodline or physique talent. If he had it, he would have it. If he did not, he would not have it. Everything would be natural. Because even if he did not have any special bloodline or physique talent, Chunzong was confident that with his comprehension, talent, and hard work, he would continue to move forward and surpass many people. Just like in the past until now, there were many people who were more outstanding than him, but were later overtaken by him, and even left far behind. Taking a step back, if he could have a suitable bloodline or physique talent, his cultivation path would be smoother. Right now, he felt as if a special physique talent was being born. It seemed to be a special physique talent that was closely related to the power of the Taichu sword source technique. If that was the case, then the power of the Taichu sword source would be increased correspondingly. Tier. At first, it was the meridians and muscles that were being torn. Then it went deeper and deeper. His bones were being torn, his marrow was being torn, and his organs were being torn. Later on, Chunzong felt that the flowing blood seemed to be torn as well. Blood could be torn? It sounded unbelievable, but it was exactly so. Blood was made up of many small things. Now, what was being torn were the things that made up the blood. After being torn, the power of the origin that was fed back by the devouring of the demon ghosts will immediately surged into the blood and repaired it. After the repair, it was strengthened. This was a depth that could not be reached by a body refining technique. This was a kind of improvement from the level of the essence of life. Destruction and construction. The tearing of the Taichu sword source was destruction. The restoration of the power of the origin was construction. There was no construction without destruction. Where there was destruction, there was construction. Destruction and construction. While his body was changing and slowly giving birth to physical talents, it was also fed back into the technique, causing the seventh level of the Taichu sword source technique to continuously improve. Chunzong estimated that the seventh level of the new Taichu sword source technique will be comparable to the ninth level that had not been created yet. It might even have surpassed the ninth level in terms of profundity. This was because the original Taichu sword source technique only had the profundity of extreme sharpness. Now, in addition to extreme sharpness, the Taichu sword source technique also had the profundity of evolving heaven and earth. Under the endless profundity and inspiration, Chunzong even thought that the subsequent Taichu sword source technique would exceed the level of evolving heaven and earth. It would have even more profound profundity. However, that should be the level of the subsequent technique, which was still far from his current level. But it was like a seed that had already been planted. When the time was right, it would sprout and break through the soil. The 7th level of the Taichu sword source technique. High-end power of the origin. Between the two, there was a cycle. In an instant, the Taichu sword source technique reached the peak of the 7th level. Under the endless flashes of inspiration, all kinds of profundities exploded in Chunzong's mind. The 8th level. The profundity of the 8th level of the Taichu sword source technique had been comprehended. In an instant, the technique broke through. Once it broke through, the circulation of the Taichu sword source technique became even more profound. At the 7th level, it only tore apart the inside and outside of the body, causing changes to occur. The 8th level was even deeper and more thorough. At the same time, Chunzong felt that as the 8th level of the Taichu sword source technique was circulating, threads of Taichu sword source technique began to combine with the shockingly high-end power of the origin and gather within his body. It was above the sea of qi. It was a ball of illusory shadow, filled with countless air currents. It looked gray and chaotic, but if one looked more closely, there seemed to be clear air and turbid air slowly separating inside. The clear air was slowly rising, while the turbid air was slowly sinking. The embryonic form of heaven and earth. This was the embryonic form of heaven and earth, and it had actually appeared within his body. This made Chunzong feel extremely incredulous. It was simply unbelievable. Vaguely, Chunzong realized that he seemed to have created an incredible technique. Perhaps it was not as strong as the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique now, but it would definitely not be inferior in the future. It might even surpass it. Circulate. The 8th level of the Taichu sword source technique continued to circulate, further tearing apart Chunzong's body from the inside and outside. The tearing became more and more thorough, and at the moment of tearing, it was immediately replenished by the power of the origin. Rumbling sounds continuously came from Chunzong's body, as if it contained countless storms, countless thunderbolts, and countless raging flames. Chunzong could feel that his body was transforming even further. Upgrade. Unparalleled upgrade. Limitless improvement. However, the pure energy of the origin he got from swallowing the ghost hunters wasn't inexhaustible. Each time, it was just a flow of energy. Although many little drops made a mickle, it wasn't a lot. As Chunzong continued to recover, the tearing inside and outside of his body also continued to be consumed. There seemed to be a cracking sound, and countless cracks appeared on Chunzong's skin. These were cracks that spread from the inside of his body to the surface of his skin. His entire body looked like a porcelain that had been smashed. Light flashed and flowed. The power of the origin covered Chunzong from the inside out, and a layer of light spread over his body. It was like flowing water, unfathomable and mysterious. In fact, the power that he received from devouring the will of the Purgatory Ghost Realm belonged to the power of the origin of the Purgatory Ghost Realm. It was even more advanced than the power of the origin of the world in Tianyuan Sacred Region. It was also because it was too advanced that Chunzong could not take the initiative to use it for the time being. It just so happened that by chance he had comprehended the origin of the world in Tianyuan Sacred Region and had further perfected and optimized the technique. By accident, he had drawn it out and truly integrated it into his body, instead of lying dormant in the depths of his body. This was the power that truly belonged to him. Chapter 1905. The bright moon hung in the sky with 10 shadows. The moonlight was misty and white. A white-faced man in a black robe stood quietly in the moonlight. When the wind blew, his black robe fluttered. The two words on his back reflected the moonlight and were exceptionally eye-catching. U10. The mask was as white as the moon, reflecting the moonlight like water. It was as cold as hell. His eyes curved downwards, and his mouth curved upwards like a crescent moon. Under the moonlight, the ground was broken and blood flowed like a river. The black-robed, white-faced corpses were everywhere. There were many sword-wielding men and women who were already dead, but were still standing with their swords. In the middle, a young man in a tattered battle robe was standing on the ground with a broken sword and one leg bent. He was looking up at the sky with a tired face and dim eyes, but he was not afraid at all. The sky has 9 layers and the moon has 10 shadows. A mere mortal actually wants to rush into the top 10 of the monthly votes. You don't know what you're talking about. The black-robed, white-faced Usher's voice seemed to resound from all directions. The accents were continuous and extremely mysterious. Waves of cold air rose from the depths of his heart and spread throughout his entire body. Patches of white frost invaded from all directions and quietly spread from his legs, wanting to devour his entire body. Mortals should act like mortals. U10 said the last sentence and turned around. He walked towards the bright moon step by step. His figure faded, and only the 12 words seemed to become brighter until they disappeared. The frost had already spread to his neck. "Who are you?" The young man spoke with difficulty. His voice was dry and hoarse, but it was deep and powerful. "He is one of the October Demon Kings who guard the monthly votes list. U10 Great Demon Kings." A weak voice sounded. It was one of the corpses that were everywhere. He was not completely dead and was struggling to get up. On the back of the white-faced, black-robed man, the words U13 were dim. 33 updates in 3 days, 100,000 words. With your cultivation, you can't support it all. Even if you activated the secret technique, you barely managed to do it. Now that the secret technique has ended, you've sacrificed 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. Have you ever regretted it? My heart, my sword. The young man's dim eyes suddenly shone brighter than the bright moon in the sky. His hoarse voice became more powerful. I will never regret it. If I could do it again, I would still do it. I have great determination. I have the help of my brothers. I have 10,000 swords that can break the moon. You 10 great demon kings, as long as there is a chance, I will kill you under my sword as an offering. As the last word fell, frost spread to his face, and his entire body turned into an ice sculpture. Usher-san crawled over with difficulty and shouted, "Quick, get up, wake up. You can't fall down. You still have to update today. No matter how bad it is, you have to update a chapter to be worthy of your brothers who fought for you until their deaths." "All right, then I'll update once today. I feel like I'm exhausted and need to rest. I'll resume updating tomorrow." The frost-faced young man spoke with difficulty. His voice was getting lower and lower. "If I can kill you 10 with my sword, I will break out again after a few days of rest." Yes, that's right. 33 updates in 3 days. He had been in a tense and excited state and had stayed up all night. In the end, he stopped at the 13th place, unable to make it into the top 10 of the monthly votes list. Once he relaxed, the 6th owl was very tired. It was as if he was about to collapse. He needed a rest, but if he could make it into the top 10, he would break out again after a few days of rest. Chapter 1906. Author's Note. I'm too tired, so I'm going to rest for a bit. I'm very grateful to Lord Soaring Sword for his tip. Thank you to everyone who's been trying to get into the Ascension rankings for the past 3 days. I'm so grateful. I'm now in 11th place, just 100 more votes away from Ascension, and I'll be able to make it into the top 10. If I can make it into the top 10, the 6th Owl Society will have another wave of requests for support before the end of the month. Treasure Body. A treasure body, clear as water, seemed to be resonating with the origin of the world. It seemed to be breathing. Every pore was breathing, swallowing the power of nature. It was a wonderful feeling. Spirit Body. Chunzong was absolutely certain that his physique had transformed. It had completely transformed, and he had become a spirit body. His body refining realm had already reached the 9-star level. His 9th battle star had turned silver, just a hair's breadth away from golden. And now, Chunzong could feel that not only did his body have a shocking increase in strength due to the transformation into a spirit body, but his potential had also increased by many times. In terms of strength, it might not be as good as the Ghost Clan's body that condensed the high-level flower of essence. But in terms of potential, it's better. Chunzong was secretly happy and excited. His potential was better than the Ghost Clan's, which meant that he could develop his body to the extreme and condense the high-level flower of essence. If he could condense all the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit to the top level, it would be even more amazing. If he wanted to be one of the top geniuses in the universe, he had to condense all the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit to the top level. But that was only the prerequisite. The peak of the demigod realm was more complicated than the demigod realm. Although it was said that the universe void was extremely dangerous, and only those in the ascending god realm were qualified to explore it. In fact, some powerful cultivators at the peak of the demigod realm would also step into the universe void to explore it. Of course, it would be very dangerous. After all, there were many dangers in the universe. Even spirit ascension realm cultivators could die. It was too early to think about that now. At least, he had to improve himself to the extreme. It would be difficult for him to make another breakthrough. Only then would he consider entering the universe. Now, of course, he had to seize the opportunity to comprehend the origin of the world. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. It was hard to say if he would encounter it again after this time. It was probably impossible. Directly comprehending the origin of a world was like exposing the origin of the world to others. If he met someone with evil intentions, the origin of the world would be plundered and devoured, causing great damage. Even if he didn't, directly comprehending the origin of the world would also consume some of the world's origin. If Chunzong hadn't agreed to disguise himself as a ghost and sneak into the purgatory ghost race and devour a lot of Ghost Realm's wills, the will of the world would never have allowed Chunzong to comprehend the world's origin directly. Originally, Chunzong had only planned to perfect the Taichu sword source technique and improve it. He didn't expect the new Taichu sword source technique to be so profound. It even triggered the dormant origin energy in his body, allowing it to truly merge with his body and transform it into an acquired spiritual body. Chunzong set his eyes on the Yin-Yang Dao will. The Yin-Yang Dao will was at the top level, the 3rd level of the extreme realm. However, it had only reached 70% of its power. Chunzong didn't have the time to comprehend it. Now, he would take the opportunity to comprehend it to perfection. If he had the chance, he would comprehend it to the extreme and see if it could become a Supreme Dao will like the Sword Will. Supreme Dao will. Its power was extremely shocking. Chunzong was very clear since he grasped the Heart Sword Will. If the Yin-Yang Dao will could also be improved to the Supreme Dao will, he would have more tricks up his sleeve. The Yin-Yang Dao will was also a kind of mystery of heaven and earth. Naturally, it was also included in the origin of the world. It ignored many mysteries of heaven and earth and only took yin and yang. Comprehend. Black and white were instantly drawn out from the origin of the world and revolved around Chunzong. They were the Yin-Yang Dao will of the world's origin. The white and black origin energy danced like dragons and snakes as they soared and revolved around Chunzong. Gradually, they connected without beginning or end and were boundless. As he comprehended, strands of Yin-Yang Dao were drawn out and fused into Chunzong's divine Si and fused into the divine wheel of the Yin-Yang Dao within his divine Si. This sort of comprehension allowed for the most obvious improvement. If he comprehended it in the outside world, he could only comprehend the profundities within and then slowly improve. However, when he comprehended it before the origin of the world, he would draw strands of origin energy into his divine Si and directly improve. All the profundities would naturally emerge and be grasped by him without leaving behind any side effects. If the two were to be compared, then comprehending the profundities of heaven and earth in the outside world was like walking on a difficult, dangerous, and winding path. It just so happened that it was suffused with mist, causing one to be unable to see ahead clearly and advance forward with extreme difficulty. On the other hand, comprehending the origin of the world directly was like riding a carriage on a flat and wide road. Not only that, there would be waves of wind blowing from behind. One only needed to expend a small amount of energy to be able to borrow the wind to move forward without end and achieve twice the result with half the effort. How shocking was the gap between the two? The profundities of the Yin-Yang Tao insight were ceaselessly comprehended by Chun Zong, and its might was ceaselessly improving at an extremely swift speed. 80%, 90%. It wasn't long before he broke through and attained perfection. After he consolidated it to perfection, Chun Zong let out a breath of air, and countless profundities related to Yin and Yang surged into appearance in his mind. Yin and Yang, heaven and earth, heaven and earth. This was the comprehension Chun Zong obtained when he was at the eternal battle for its heaven and earth bloodline, and it was even more profound now. Life and death. This was the new profundities comprehended after he comprehended the Yin-Yang Tao insight to perfection. After life and death was reincarnation. For a time, Chun Zong fell into an extremely profound state, and it was as if he had a sudden epiphany. Instantly, the clear light on the surface of a lake that was like a gentle breeze had caused ripples, and it seemed to have become a gale that was blowing. Strands of origin energy of the world suffused out from it and fluttered about like dragons and snakes as they charged towards Chun Zong. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zong was enveloped by the multicolored origin energy of the world, and it seemed to have been weaved into a cocoon. The origin energy of the world was a hodgepodge, and it was the sum of countless profundities of the heaven and earth. There were various types of origin energy within it, like the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and so on and so forth, and it was all-encompassing. Amongst the different profundities of the heaven and earth, some were in opposition to each other, and some were dependent on each other and had a faint connection between them. For example, sword insight was a single profundity that existed independently. On the other hand, the Yin-Yang Tao insight was different. It seemed to only contain the profundities of Yin and Yang. Yet if one studied it deeply, one would notice that it contained even more profundities. Of course, it didn't mean that the Yin-Yang Tao insight could be used as other Tao insights, but the Yin-Yang Tao insight contained the profundities of some other Tao insights. It wasn't the complete profundities, but it contained a portion or even a portion of it. Yin and Yang, heaven and earth, heaven and earth. The profundities of the heaven and the earth were both similar and different. But Yin and Yang each contained a portion of the profundities of the heaven and earth, and this was something that Chun Zong had comprehended earlier. Now, Chun Zong had instead comprehended a portion of the profundities of life and death from the Yin-Yang Tao insight, and then he comprehended a portion of the profundities of samsara from the profundities of life and death. Life and death and samsara could be said to be closely related. The heaven and earth could be a type of Tao insight, and it was the heaven and earth Tao insight. The earth could be the heaven and earth Tao insight as well. Life and death could similarly be the life and death Tao insight. As for samsara, it was extremely brilliant, and it surpassed Yin and Yang, the heaven and earth and life and death. Perhaps it was at the level of a supreme Tao insight. But at this moment, Chun Zong didn't comprehend the samsara Tao insight, and he fell into a state of enlightenment instead. The profundities of Yin and Yang, the heaven and earth, life and death, and even a portion of samsara, surged into his mind. Subsequently, the responding quintessence energy was drawn over, and strands of it separated from the quintessence of the world and slowly drifted towards Chun Zong, before fusing into Chun Zong's divine sea and into the Yin-Yang divine wheel. The Yin-Yang divine wheel was undergoing some sort of transformation. In the next moment, the hurricane formed from a fusion of the wind, fire, and lightning Tao insight rotated mightily as strands of the quintessence energy of the wind, fire, and lightning Tao insight separated from the quintessence of the world and surged into the divine sea before fusing into the fusion of the Tao insight. Advance, advance, advance. The fusion of the wind, fire, and lightning Tao insight rapidly advanced from the second level of the Supreme Realm to the third level of the Supreme Realm, and then it swiftly attained 80% and 90% of its might. Breakthrough, 100% of its might. Each of the wind, fire, and lightning Tao insights were only high-level Tao insights, but their combined might surpassed that of a top-level Tao insight. Of course, it was still inferior to a Supreme Tao insight. The gap between a top-level Tao insight and a Supreme Tao insight was far greater than the gap between a high-level Tao insight and a top-level Tao insight. It could even be said that it was like the gap between two major levels, and it was not something that could be made up with quantity. It was a complete transformation. However, the fusion of the wind, fire, and lightning Tao insight that had reached 100% of its might contained an extremely terrifying power. The hurricane raged and roared, and as it rotated, the hurricane turned into a blazing red color. Countless black thunderbolts densely covered it, flickering and leaping endlessly as if they could destroy everything. Destruction, destruction, destruction. Among the Tao insights, there was also a type of Tao insight called destruction. It was a type of tyrannical and terrifying power that could transform into a supreme Tao insight. When the destruction Tao insight was born, it was already at the top-level Tao insight, and it was easier for it to transform into a supreme Tao insight. Rumble. Within Chun Zong's divine sea, the flaming thunderstorm that contained a terrifying aura of destruction swept out, as if it was going to destroy everything. It turned into nothingness as it continuously approached the yin-yang divine wheel that was covered in colorful light. In the next moment, a huge collision occurred. Boom! The momentum was terrifying, and it reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The divine sea trembled endlessly as if it was going to collapse because of this. In an instant, the heart's sword essence and sword radiance shone brightly, as if countless sword chi and sword radiance swept out, and all the tremors were weakened in an instant. The divine sea became more and more stable. Power, power, power. Wisps of the origin of the world separated, and each wisp of power was different. They constantly filled the air and poured into Chun Zong's divine sea, into the exploding yin-yang divine wheel, and into the fusion of the wind, fire, and lightning Tao insight. As the origin of the world continued to separate and pour into Chun Zong's divine sea, the will of the world, which seemed to have disappeared but was actually observing from the side, finally felt the pain. These powers all belonged to it, and now they were constantly being absorbed. Although it did not feel like a lot, it should be known that it was not easy to accumulate such power. If it had not swallowed a lot of ghost realm wills in the purgatory ghost realm this time, and finally swallowed a huge amount of ghost realm wills on the broken arm of the flaming ghost deity, it would not have allowed Chun Zong to absorb so much origin of the world. Now it was enough. It was enough. Stop. Chapter 1907. The competition for the top 10 spots in the monthly votes list was intense. The six paths had only rested for a short while, and Lu Sa had already made it to the top 10. Not long after, she fell to the 11th place, then to the 9th place, and now to the 10th place. She was only a few votes away from the 11th place, and could be overtaken at any time. The ups and downs were just like riding a roller coaster. The ups and downs were too fast. His heart was thumping so hard that he couldn't stand it. Appeal, appeal, appeal. Our Ascension Realm cultivators are crying piteously for food. We need more monthly votes. Let us maintain our position in the top 10 and not be overtaken. This is the first time our Ascension Realm cultivators have made it to the top 10 after nearly 6 million words. If we miss this opportunity, there will not be a next time. After all, it was the right time, the right place, and the right people that made it possible for us to achieve this result. Next time, it would be hard for us to have such a good opportunity. Therefore, I implore everyone to support us. Of course, support us within your capabilities. If you were to throw out your panties, the 6 paths would feel uneasy. Chapter 1908. 6 Paths saw everyone's passion and strength. Now, we have entered the top 10 and achieved the best ranking in the history of the book. Of course, 6 Paths' hard work was partly due to everyone's hard work, but it was also due to everyone's hard work. 6 Paths was moved to tears. He bowed 365 degrees to express his gratitude. Originally, he thought that once he entered the top 10, he would be in the bag. He did not expect the competition to be so cruel. There were ups and downs, and the ranking could fall out of the top 10 at any time. Can it cool down our burning passion and boiling blood during this period of time? Could it let the hard work of everyone and the hard work of the samsara go to waste? Can it make all the hope and excitement that we've been painstakingly waiting for this period of time vanish in a thin air? Can't. No, can't. Absolutely can't. By the end of this month, we must be in the top 10. Even if it is only the 10th place, at least it will prove that our achievements and hard work were all worth it. Therefore, 6 Paths will adjust his state of mind and prepare for the next outbreak. I implore everyone to vote for 6 Paths if you have a monthly vote to protect our achievements. Once again, thank you for your support. 6 Paths was really grateful. He smiled like a 300-pound child. Now, let's talk about today's update. Some of you might have already guessed it. That's right. Today's update was about the final battle between Little Rice Dumpling and Little God God. They loved each other and wanted to kill each other. 6 Paths even thought about the name of the chapter. It was called Archenemy. When he thought about it, 6 Paths could not help but think of Su Song's song. It was the song about archenemy. Archenemy, life and death, victory and defeat. Chapter 1909. I saw that the group was discussing how to make the dominator of the 6 realms enter the top 5. I was so excited that I almost broke my phone. Anyway, I'm going to fix my phone. The battle between East Emperor and West Sage is about to begin. The sky was high and the clouds were light. The sky was blue and boundless. Shenzong appeared under the clear sky. His face was full of shock. Just a moment ago, Yi Futian was still in the depths of the world, comprehending the origin of the world. The will of yin and yang seemed to have gained a deeper level of comprehension and comprehended more mysteries. It even led to the fusion of wind, fire, and thunder. His will of Wei also improved along with it. In the end, it became incomparably violent as it swept towards Yi Futian and collided directly with the yin and yang divine wheel that was in the midst of transformation. It was like an earth-shattering explosion. It was like a star exploding. The explosion shook Chunzong's divine sea. The heart sword will exploded and stabilized the divine sea. A large amount of the origin of the world separated strands of the corresponding origin power and merged into the divine sea. But in the next moment, he left the origin of the world and appeared under the boundless sky above the vast land. Will of the world, Chunzong called. There was no response. The will of the world was in a bad mood. If he manifested as a human, he would definitely find that his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Shenzong's comprehension was not ordinary. First, he perfected the Taichu sword energy technique. That consumed some of the origin power of the world, but it was not much. It was completely within the acceptable range. Later, he comprehended the yin and yang Dao will. It was completely beyond Chunzong's expectations, because he had an epiphany. Once he had an epiphany, there were more variables. It led to more origin power of the world being absorbed by Chunzong. The world was in pain. That power was accumulated by the world for many years. It would take many years to recover if it consumed a little. If it consumed too much, it would even hurt its foundation. Fortunately, Chunzong's comprehension and absorption did not hurt its foundation, but it could not continue to absorb. If it did not make a deal with Chunzong and let him take the risk of disguising himself as a ghost and sneaking into the purgatory. The will of the world really wanted to slap Chunzong to death. The prerequisite was that he had the ability to do so. But then again, if not for that deal, the will of the world would not have allowed Chunzong to enter the depths of the world to comprehend the origin of the world. Comprehension was comprehension. Absorption was absorption. These were two different things. All in all, Chunzong had profited greatly. In the spirit sea, the long sword formed by the heart sword intent suppressed everything. In another place, there was a ball of gray light that was spinning continuously. One could vaguely see the divine wheel turning, the howling of hurricanes, the raging of thunder, and the blazing of fire. Chaos. It was filled with destruction, an extremely terrifying destruction that seemed to destroy everything. It constantly disappeared, condensed, and reappeared, as if it was an endless cycle between life and death. Chunzong found that his divine sense was completely isolated. He couldn't penetrate it at all, let alone interfere. All the changes were happening on their own. However, no one knew when the changes would be completed. Chunzong had a premonition that after all these changes were completed, the Yin-Yang Dao insight would absolutely give him a pleasant surprise. Perhaps at that time, it wouldn't be a top-grade Dao insight, but a supreme Dao insight. It was extremely difficult to achieve a supreme Dao insight. To be able to master the supreme heart sword intent, he had first been sharpened by the three tribulations sharpening secret technique. The three tribulations sharpening secret technique was created by a supreme expert of the sword Dao in ancient times. It was only passed down after being perfected to the extreme. Its original intent was extraordinary. Although it couldn't completely transform the heart sword Dao insight into a supreme sword intent in the end, it had already laid a solid foundation. Potential. The three tribulations sharpening secret technique gave the heart sword Dao insight the potential to evolve into a supreme Dao insight. Without this potential, the difficulty of transforming the heart sword Dao insight into a supreme Dao insight would be at least 10 times more difficult. It was also because of the three tribulations sharpening secret technique, Chunzong's continuous accumulation, and the blessings of heaven and earth that he finally used this as a foundation. When the heart sword Dao insight was on the verge of death, he had a burst of inspiration and created the fourth tribulation of the three tribulations sharpening secret technique, which was also the last tribulation, the void-breaking tribulation. The tribulation of fragmentation was based on the principle that there would be no construction without destruction and construction after destruction. However, it wasn't as if one could build it after destruction. Most of the time, it would be destroyed after destruction. It would be gone. It would vanish into thin air. Only with an extremely solid foundation, perseverance and indomitable will even in the face of death, and the blessings of heaven and earth would there be some hope of rebuilding after destruction. Then, after rebuilding, it would be another question whether it would return to its original state or truly surpass the shackles and break the limit. In short, he had mastered the supreme sword intent, but the difficulties and dangers in it were difficult to explain. The current Yin-Yang Dao insight should also be transforming in the direction of the supreme Dao insight. This process would take longer than the supreme sword intent, but it would be safer. It could be said that each had its own advantages. World will. Chunzong called out a second time. However, the world will still didn't respond. It was full of resentment and didn't want to answer Chunzong at all. Moreover, it threw a heavenly palace god at him. That's right, it really threw a heavenly palace god. Above the vast and deep land, under the endless blue sky, a vast golden light flew over from afar. That golden light was extremely majestic, and it was at least 1,000 feet long. It streaked across the vacuum and directly left an extremely long golden trajectory that was tens of thousands of meters long. It didn't dissipate for a long time, and it was filled with an earth-shattering, domineering majesty. It was as if it was suppressing heaven and earth. Rumble. After the golden light flew for tens of thousands of meters, a series of muffled sounds could be heard. It was like thunder resounding through the world, and it was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. It shook heaven and earth. In an instant, many cultivators in the profound realm were alarmed. The aura emitted by that golden light was too strong, as if it was above all living creatures. It made people feel fear just by sensing it. Even experts with 9-star battle prowess felt the same. That golden light, that's the heavenly Yuan holy sun. Someone had already recognized the identity of the golden light amidst the shock. After the last battle, the heavenly palace god had single-handedly blocked tens of thousands of soldiers. With his own strength, he had defeated and killed tens of thousands of soldiers of the Ghost Clan, causing the entire army to be wiped out. Furthermore, the Ghost King had fled in panic, shocking the world. The 4 words, Heavenly Yuan Holy Sun, resounded throughout the profound realm, and even the Heavenly Yuan Holy Territory. The cultivators also learned more about the mysteries of this world. For example, the classification of the pinnacle of the demigod realm, and so on. Before the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost Clan, there were no pinnacle demigod realm experts in the heavenly Yuan Holy Territory. The most powerful ones were the elite 9-star experts. Even now, after the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost Clan, although many cultivators had died, the cultivators who survived had all benefited and become more powerful. However, there was still no pinnacle demigod realm expert. Currently, there were 3 pinnacle demigod realm experts in the heavenly Yuan Holy Territory. The heavenly palace god of the heavenly Yuan Holy Palace, Jiandi Chunzong, sword demon Chen Xiao. Any one of them was an expert who could kill tens of thousands of soldiers with a single sword strike. Especially the heavenly palace god of the heavenly Yuan Holy Palace and Jiandi Chunzong, who had won the title of Holy Son of the West of the Eastern Jiandi. This was because Chunzong's sword had come from the east, and the heavenly palace god was the profound saint of the profound realm. The profound realm was located in the west of the heavenly Yuan Holy Territory. There were even some people who wondered if he could contend with the legendary Great Saint stage powerhouse. After all, Supreme Saint Realm experts had not appeared for many years. Even during the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost Clan, no Supreme Saint Realm experts had appeared. As for the reason, no one knew except for the will of the heavenly Yuan Holy Realm. Perhaps it was a kind of rule that did not allow them to truly fight, or perhaps it was for other reasons. All in all, it was a mystery. Then, below the Supreme Saint Realm, the 3 pinnacle demigod realm experts were undoubtedly the most powerful ones. Now, the heavenly palace god of the heavenly Yuan Holy Palace had made such a big move. Where are they going? Maybe I know. A half-step Supreme Saint Realm expert's eyes suddenly flashed, and he said in an uncertain tone, "The heavenly palace god of the heavenly Yuan Holy Palace has had many conflicts with Jiandi Chunzong. This time, he might be going against Jiandi." There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. The conflicts between the heavenly palace god and Chunzong had been going on for a long time. When there was a lot of attention, it was inevitable that some people would find some clues. Even the previous confrontation at the city lord's residence in Taishan City had been discovered. The heavenly Yuan Holy Sun has had many conflicts with Jiandi? Someone was very surprised. That's right. I heard this news by chance. I seem to have heard of it too. As far as I know, when the Purgatory Ghost Clan invaded, the heavenly Yuan Holy Sun also fought with Jiandi. It was said that the Purgatory Ghost King intervened in that battle, but the outcome was not decided. Instead, they worked together to defeat the Ghost King. They're opponents and comrades at the same time. Someone's eyes lit up. Let's go and take a look. That's right. Maybe this is a fated confrontation. When there were no external enemies invading, the 2 of them were opponents. They were destined to fight to the death. When there were external enemies invading, the 2 of them could become comrades and work together to fight against the enemy. They were opponents and comrades. The word enemies was the most appropriate way to describe them. Enemies. A battle between enemies was a battle of fate. It was a duel of fate. It was as if there was a will of heaven. Anticipation. Countless people who knew about it were full of anticipation. Among the three ultimate demigods of the human clan, the heavenly palace god and Jinni Chinzong were relatively more famous. As for sword demon Qinxiu, his reputation was relatively weaker. This was a battle between the strongest. Stop it? No one could stop it. Even if they wanted to stop it, they couldn't. This was because this was a battle of fate. Rumble, rumble. The void was boundless. Only the golden light that seemed to be eternally indestructible continued to move forward. The void realm was very big, but it was also very small. Everything was relative. For ordinary cultivators, it would take a long time to cross the highest profundity realm, and they might even die halfway. However, for top cultivators, crossing the highest profundity realm was only a matter of time, and they would not encounter any danger. It was as if there were divine lightning raging in the void. It was as if there were astral winds raging and roaring. Following that vast and boundless golden light, there were even more figures following behind. Even though they were far behind, they still continued to follow. Everyone's heart seemed to be burning with a ball of fire. They were looking forward to it. The golden and eternal divine light was like a flame. In the center of the flame was a majestic figure, Heavenly God Gong. Heavenly God Gong's eyes seemed to be burning with golden flames as he looked forward. At the end of his line of sight, there was a figure standing between heaven and earth with sword chi soaring into the sky. Chapter 1910. Thank you for your support. Here's the second update. The sky was clear, and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The rivers and mountains were magnificent and beautiful. However, at this moment, the entire magnificent sky was trembling. At first, it was subtle, but it gradually became more intense and violent. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout heaven and earth. The void trembled. Heaven and earth trembled. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the vital energy of heaven and earth flowed like the Milky Way. In an instant, the mountains and seas turned into raging waves. Under the clear sky, there was a vast and boundless land. It was a wilderness, and there were no living creatures. Perhaps the will of the world had already chosen a battlefield for Chunzong and Heavenly God Gong. When the two first met in the Tianyuan ruins, Chunzong was weak and Heavenly God Gong was powerful. However, Heavenly God Gong was at a disadvantage for the first time. The second time, they met again in the land of inheritance of Emperor Lingwu. It seemed that Chunzong had lost, but in reality, he had gained more benefits than Heavenly God Gong. The third time, they met in the king-naming pagoda. Although the two of them didn't fight directly, Chunzong defeated Heavenly God Gong in terms of ranking. The fourth time, they fought in the residence of the city lord of Taishan City. If not for the protection of a secret treasure of the Taishan Holy Palace, Heavenly God Gong might have died under Chunzong's sword. The fifth time, Heavenly God Gong obtained the inheritance of the Taishan Cave. His combat power increased tremendously, and he defeated the army of the Ghost Clan. The two of them fought with all their might. Chunzong was at a disadvantage, but he stopped because of the attack of the Ghost King. They even worked together to defeat the Ghost King. Now, this would be the sixth battle. Perhaps it would also be the last battle. Chunzong stood 10,000 meters high in the sky. No matter how strong the wind blew, he didn't move at all. Only his hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He gave off a strange and contradictory feeling, as if he was standing still like a mountain, but also as if he could fly away with the wind at any time. Waiting. Chunzong was waiting. As soon as the Heavenly Palace God made its move, Chunzong sensed something. Heavenly God Gong was coming. This so-called feeling was actually conveyed to Chunzong by the will of the world. Of course, the Heavenly God Gong's battle with him was not dictated by the will of the realm, so there was nothing to gain from it. The battle between him and the Heavenly God Gong was going to end sooner or later. Now, the time had come. Then, let's fight. In a split second, a shapeless sword will shot out from Chunzong's body and soared into the sky. It seemed to have penetrated the sky and reached the top of the vault of heaven. Even from afar, many people could feel a vast and extremely sharp sword while traversing the heavens and the earth, suppressing the world. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see the shape of a gigantic sword. Jindy, the supreme Jindy. Chunzong's eyes flickered with a bright light that was sharp to the extreme, yet incomparably smooth, without a trace of smoke or fire aura. Under the gaze of his eyes, the void seemed to be receding, allowing Chunzong to see a vast and mighty inextinguishable golden light approaching at an astonishing speed. The heavenly god Gong. It's coming. In a split second, Chunzong's figure was reflected in the heavenly god Gong's eyes. A brilliant golden light also appeared in Chunzong's eyes. Their eyes instantly met through the void. Shapeless battle will and sword will burst forth and collided in the void. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless ear-piercing sounds. Fine black cracks actually appeared in the void within a radius of a few meters. They meandered all over the void like a spider web. Just the collision of the wills carried by the eyes was actually able to tear apart the void, which had been strengthened by the void. What kind of power was this? Of course, whether it was the battle will cultivated by the heavenly god Gong or the supreme sword will mastered by Chunzong, both of them possessed extremely terrifying power. They were even more terrifying after being developed and condensed time and time again. Ordinary peak demigods would not be able to withstand it at all. For example, the two ghost kings of the Ghost Forest tribe of the Purgatory Ghost clan were no longer a match for Chunzong and the heavenly god Gong. In fact, just a gaze that was condensed with sword will and battle will was enough to crush their wills. This was the difference between them. Some differences were like a natural chasm. The collision of wills was a battle of wills. They were evenly matched. The heavenly god Gong's figure did not stop at all. He pressed forward with an unstoppable force. He suddenly raised his fist. As golden light spread out, it transformed into a layer of golden fist that covered his fist. It also seemed to be burning with raging flames. This was a simple punch. It was a punch that contained the essence of the great Tao. This punch did not seem to have changed at all. This was because all the changes were contained in this punch. It directly transformed into a punch that contained the essence of heaven and earth. Jindy, take my punch. The heavenly god Gong's voice contained an unparalleled power. It resounded through the void and shook the void. This punch seemed to carry the mighty power of heaven and earth. This punch had an indomitable force that could cut through everything like a hot knife through butter. This punch was filled with a terrifying power that could shake heaven and earth and shatter all illusions. This was a simple punch. This was a punch that contained the essence of heaven and earth. This was a punch that could kill no one. There was no room for mercy in the destined battle. Kill, shatter, destroy. A kind of determination permeated the punch. It was tragic. Fight, fight, fight. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the battle was endless. This punch was like a meteor that tore through the void and destroyed everything. Chunzong instantly felt that his body was being attacked. All the vital energy in the void around him was rejected and turned into a void. Moreover, a powerful and domineering power was generated and crazily pressed down on him from all directions. This punch alone made Chunzong feel as if he was in a predicament of opposing heaven and earth. It was as if he was being rejected by heaven and earth. This was no longer a simple punch of the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique. Instead, it was a punch that the heavenly god Gong had developed by combining the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique with himself. This punch contained the astonishing battle intent and power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique. It also seemed to have the power to control the void and suppress the enemy. Those who were slightly weaker would have been directly suppressed by this punch, unable to move at all. They could only watch as the punch that was condensed with extremely terrifying power smashed towards them, and they would be blasted apart into a bloody mist. Not even their bones remained, and their souls dispersed as they completely vanished from the world. However, the heavenly god Gong's opponent was Chunzong. Jiandi Chunzong, the supreme Jiandi of the Tianyuan sacred realm. He was a destined enemy. If the heavenly god, Gong, couldn't even withstand a punch from him, then he wouldn't be a destined enemy and wouldn't have to worry about him so much. As the punch blasted past, the void was completely torn apart. It was as if a large sawtooth blade had directly torn the void apart in an extremely barbaric manner. That pitch-black crack exuded an extremely frightening aura. Countless astral winds and lightning roared in the depths of the crack, destroying everything. Chunzong estimated that even the ghost king Xian Lai wouldn't be able to withstand this power. In fact, even the ghost king Xian demon wouldn't be able to withstand it completely. This was an extremely terrifying power. Compared to the last time, the heavenly god Gong's battle prowess had increased many times. If the heavenly god Gong were to enter the purgatory ghost realm, no one in the ghost realm would be a match for him, except for the flaming ghost god condensed from the ghost realm's will. Of course, if the ghost king Xian demon summoned the ghost god Shadow to possess him, his battle prowess would increase by several times. Only then would he have a chance to withstand this attack. Although he's very strong, I'm not weak either. Chunzong let out a long sigh. A sharp light flashed in his eyes like the edge of a sword. Unknowingly, he had unsheathed his sword. He slashed out with his sword. It was just a casual slash. It was just a simple slash. The constant pressure of a vacuum was instantly sliced open by this slash, as if it were a thin piece of paper being torn apart. After the slash tore through the pressure of the vacuum, it seemed to have pierced through the void. In an instant, it charged toward the heavenly god Gong's fist. The moment the sword touched the fist, it silently transformed into a mighty storm of wind and thunder. Its momentum was earth-shattering, as if it was earth-shattering. The soundless sword had the advantage of speed. It was extremely fast and struck as soon as it was unleashed. However, the sword with the mighty storm of wind and thunder had the advantage of strength. Its power was unparalleled, and it could destroy everything in its path. In the face of the heavenly god Gong's fist, he could only block it. Who was stronger? There was a pause. The moment the sword collided with the fist, heaven and earth, time and space all paused for a moment, as if they were frozen. It was as if they had become a painting that was branded in the void and would exist for eternity. Some people who had rushed over from afar saw it and would never forget it. In the future, there would be people who would use their imprinted memories and superb skills to turn this scene into a painting that would be passed down for eternity. It would become a supreme treasure that would be passed down in the Tianyuan sacred realm. However, that was a story for another day. The void froze for just a breath of time, and then it immediately shattered. 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 Everything seemed to shatter into nothingness. An extremely powerful force immediately counterattacked, causing Chunzong and the heavenly god Gong to tremble slightly and retreat several hundred meters. In the middle, a pitch-black hole with a radius of several hundred meters exuded an extremely terrifying power. It was as if it could destroy and devour everything. It was a crack in the void caused by the collision between the sword and the fist. However, this crack was a little too large. It had to be said that at this moment, the strength of the space in the extreme profound world was several times stronger than before. Even the two ghost kings of the ghastly forest tribe could only hope to tear a small crack in space if they went all out. However, the collision between the two of them could tear the void within a radius of several hundred meters. It was as if a black hole had been formed. It was extremely terrifying. If the spatial strength of the ultimate mystery realm had been the same as before, the crack in the void would have expanded by at least 10 or even 20 times. The larger the crack in the void, the harder it would be to heal and the greater the impact on the surroundings. An astonishing, devouring power continued to devour everything in the surroundings, as if it wanted to devour everything into nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at it from afar, one would feel as if one's soul was being devoured. Even one's mind, flesh, and everything else was being devoured. The result of being devoured was death and complete dissipation. Is this the strength of the heavenly Yuan, Holy Sun, and the Jindi? In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. It was simply unimaginable and indescribable. Chunzong could feel the extremely powerful battle strength of the heavenly God Gong from that blow. Similarly, the heavenly God Gong could also clearly feel the extreme sharpness and power contained in Chunzong's sword. Strong enemy, strong enemy, strong enemy. Fighting spirit, an extremely shocking fighting spirit, shot out from the heavenly God Gong's eyes and turned into golden flames that burned the void. An extremely shocking golden light also rose from his body, surging more than 1,000 feet. Chapter 1911. Our monthly votes have increased again. Happy Cola, we are closer to the 8th place, closer. Charge, sob, 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 boom, boom, boom. Earth-shattering noises could be heard again and again. This field was the battlefield that the will of the world had chosen for Chunzong and the heavenly God Gong. It was a boundless field with no living creatures, so Chunzong and the heavenly God Gong could fight as they pleased. To the will of the world, the heavenly God Gong was the son of providence, so he was very important. However, Chunzong was also very important, so it would not be biased in this battle. It was a fair and just battle. Everything depended on battle prowess and techniques. Whether it was the heavenly God Gong or Chunzong, their battle prowess was monstrous, and their speed was extremely shocking. Apart from the supreme beings of the Great Sage Stage and Chunzong, no one in the entire Tian Yuan sacred realm could catch a glimpse of their figures. They could not even catch a glimpse of their blurry figures. All they could see was the repeated collisions in the sky above the field. Every time they collided, countless shockwaves would explode and spread out in all directions. The shockwaves swept out in all directions, covering a radius of a few hundred meters or even a few thousand meters. It was as if stars had exploded and terrifying rings of stars spread out. Every time they collided, the rings of stars would explode with unparalleled power, tearing the void apart layer by layer, revealing endless darkness, astral winds, and raging thunder. In one breath, rings of stars would explode in the sky above the field to the left, and in the next breath, rings of stars would explode in the sky above the field to the right. Can you see them? A 9-star powerful being asked in a low voice with a frown. His expression was extremely serious. I can't see them. I can't even catch a glimpse of their shadows. The person who answered him was a 9-star powerful being. He had cultivated an eye technique that had reached a very high level. He could even catch a glimpse of someone who was more powerful than him. He was confident that he could even catch a glimpse of the ghost kings who had invaded before with his powerful eye technique. However, when he activated his eye technique to the extreme, he was unable to catch a glimpse of Chunzong or the heavenly God Gong. He could not catch a glimpse of them at all. What did this mean? It meant that the two of them were too fast, giving off a feeling of surpassing the limits of this world. With the recovery of the world will, the transformation of the Tianyuan sacred realm, especially the highest profundity realm, was very obvious. Therefore, many people who had good talent but lacked opportunities were able to advance by leaps and bounds. Now, there were at least 10 more 9-star experts in the profound universe than before. As time passed, this number would continue to increase, making the Tian Yuan sacred region stronger and stronger. This would be of great help in fending off the invasion of the void demons. They could also better defend the Tian Yuan sacred region and prevent enemies from invading. Too fast. Not only was it fast, but it also contained an extremely tyrannical power that could shatter everything. Cracks and black holes constantly appeared in the space above the vast wilderness. The smallest ones were tens of meters wide, while the largest ones were hundreds of meters wide. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black holes appeared in the void above the vast plains. Each black hole emitted an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could devour and destroy everything. Just looking at it made one's heart tremble. Rip! As the two of them collided again and again, The vast plains were also constantly torn apart. Ravines were left behind, as if giant dragons had turned over. Countless of them were broken, and it was a scene of devastation. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than half of the vast plains had been destroyed. It was like a ruin, as if it was caused by a crazy battle between tens of thousands of soldiers. How frightening! In the distance, the hearts of the people who were thousands of miles away from the vast plains were trembling crazily. Fear, fear, awe, all kinds of emotions constantly attacked them. The mighty sound surged, making their heads roar. They had no choice but to retreat further. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to bear it. They felt that the aura emitted from the collision was going to suppress and destroy them. Battle intent. The battle intent was boiling, burning, and becoming more and more powerful. The golden flames on the heavenly god Gong's body became more and more vigorous and blazing. He was extremely excited. He only felt that his 9 Heavens 10 Earths battle technique seemed to be breaking through its current level and shackles. It was going to reach a higher level and master more powerful power. Shenzong was also extremely excited. The sword intent on his body became more and more condensed. The application of the heart sword intent also became more and more condensed. Its power was also increasing step by step. There seemed to be no end. Shenzong could clearly feel the heavenly god Gong's battle strength. As the battle continued, the heavenly god Gong's battle intent continued to rise. It was a terrifying inheritance, an inheritance that was only born for battle. An opponent, a strong opponent, a battle to one's heart's content. Shenzong, I'm going to defeat you. A loud roar suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. The sound waves rolled in all directions and actually tore countless fine cracks in the void. A loud rumble shook the sky. In an instant, the golden light was vast and endless. It was as if it had turned into a golden sun hanging in the sky and illuminating the wilderness. Every ray of light released a vast and incomparably terrifying power. It was as if heaven and earth were so big that there was no place to hide. This was an ultimate move. It was a new ultimate move that the heavenly god Gong had comprehended from the 9 Heavens 10 Earths battle technique. 9 Heavens 10 Earths, true sun-space shattering strike. This was an ultimate move that was even more powerful than the 9 Heavens 10 Earth space shattering ring. Earlier, the heavenly god Gong had actually already used the 9 Heavens 10 Earth space shattering ring, but it couldn't do anything to Shenzong. Now, naturally, he had to use an even more powerful ultimate move. Under the true sun, it enveloped everything, covered everything, and suppressed everything. There was nowhere to hide. Shenzong only felt that under the illumination of the true sun, everything was covered, forming a unique area that was a bit like a domain. And he was in that domain. Strike down. The heavenly god Gong raised the golden true sun that was at least 100 meters in size and suddenly threw it down. Everywhere it passed, countless cracks appeared in the void. Danger. An extremely strong sense of danger constantly attacked Shenzong's mind, causing his body to tremble slightly. Focusing his eyes, Shenzong found that the golden true sun that was 100 meters in size was actually a single entity. There seemed to be no flaw at all. No, there was a flaw. He could see it, but there was only one flaw. Moreover, that flaw was constantly changing its position and was covered by layers of airflow power. Having a flaw was equivalent to having no flaw at all. As the strike landed, the light was extremely bright and unparalleled. The sky seemed to have fallen into darkness in an instant. It was as if one couldn't see one's fingers. It was as if a black hole was swallowing everything, making the golden true sun even more dazzling and resplendent. Between heaven and earth, darkness enveloped the world. Only the golden light of the true sun existed forever, as if it had existed since ancient times. Everything would be shattered, melted, and completely turned into nothingness under the golden light of the true sun danger. A strong sense of danger. Shenzong was extremely certain that the most powerful ghost king in the purgatory realm, the ghost king Shen Demon, would be directly turned into ashes under this attack. Although he was stronger than the Ghost King Shin Demon, he wasn't absolutely confident that he could block this attack. The Heavenly God Gong had used all his strength in this attack. This attack would determine victory and defeat, life and death. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong's body trembled. In an instant, the power hidden in his body was also stimulated in an instant. A blood-colored flower that was larger than a wash basin condensed above his head. Flower of Essence, a top-grade flower of supreme realm. Originally, his physique had become very strong because of his body refinement. Chunzong estimated that when he reached the peak, he should be able to condense a mid-grade flower of supreme realm. This was considered very impressive among the human race. The comprehension of the origin in the depths of the world, due to the perfection and optimization of the Tai Chu sword source technique, had drawn in the power of the origin of the world of ghosts, causing the body to undergo a deep transformation. It was a transition of life. Spirit body. Moreover, he had reached the mid-grade spirit body level in an instant. Chunzong hadn't carefully experienced the mysteries of his solid foundation and a mid-grade spirit body. However, the fierce battle with the Heavenly God Gong had stimulated the potential and power of his body. Now, under the pressure of the Heavenly God Gong's most powerful attack, he had naturally reached the pinnacle realm and condensed a top-grade flower of supreme realm. He had already condensed 2 of the 3 flowers. There was still the last flower of qi that hadn't been condensed. This was because Chunzong felt that as his body transformed, the upper limit of the qi cultivation that could be accommodated had increased once again. Chunzong's combat strength had also increased significantly in an instant. His blood and qi surged like a dragon soaring into the sky. In an instant, it transformed into an extreme blood and qi and instantly surged into the longsword of the heart sword intent. The power was highly condensed. In an instant, Chunzong's body seemed to sway, and 4 illusions appeared around him. Sort of 3 hearts, 2 minds. 5 swords were swung out, and the 5 sword lights instantly condensed into one. Its power increased explosively, and the void was directly sliced open. It was even easier than a thin piece of paper. One sword, compared to the falling sun, the momentum of this sword wasn't vast at all. Instead, it was very subtle. However, the power condensed in it was unparalleled. The sword struck, the void was split open, and it hit. The extremely powerful sword strike immediately hit the falling and tumbling golden sun. In an instant, the sword light shattered. The golden sun also paused for a moment. With a point as the center, it quickly disintegrated and exploded. The golden light mixed with the endless terrifying sword qi and tore in all directions. The darkness retreated. However, an even deeper darkness appeared in an instant. That was a void fissure, 1,000 meters. In an instant, the void fissure had reached 1,000 meters in size and was still expanding. The previous void fissure was only a few hundred meters in size. Now, it had more than doubled in size and was still expanding. It didn't look like it was going to stop. 1,100 meters, 1,200 meters, 1,300 meters, 1,400 meters, 1,500 meters. When a void fissure expanded to 1,500 meters in size, it finally stopped expanding. However, the aura emanating from the void fissure at 1,500 meters in size was more than 10 times stronger than that of the previous void fissure. It was extremely terrifying. The astral winds inside seemed to be able to tear apart heaven and earth. The raging lightning inside seemed to be able to pulverize all matter and turn it into nothingness. Chunzong and Heavenly God Gong were extremely fearful of such a huge void fissure. They hurriedly retreated. Otherwise, if they were affected by it, not only would they not be able to gain any benefits, but they would also be instantly devoured and turned into nothingness. They would die immediately. Chapter 19:12. My teeth are swollen and painful. It's really uncomfortable. Devour. Devour everything. Devour everything. Layers of sand, stone, soil, and air were constantly devoured by the black hole-like spatial crack. They were torn apart and destroyed by the violent astral winds and thunder, turning into nothingness. As it devoured everything, the spatial crack kept shrinking until it finally disappeared. However, there seemed to be a faint but indelible mark left behind in the void. It had existed since time immemorial and was 1,500 meters long. It looked even more penetrating than the other places. It was as if it had been drawn with a strange color brush. It was very magical, like a scar in the sky. In fact, after this battle, this 1,500-meter-long scar was also named the Heavenly Scar of the Void. The Heavenly Scar of the Void not only symbolized the intense battle between the Heavenly Yuan Saint and the Jinni Sword, but also the extraordinary mysterious aura that spread out. It had become a public sacred ground for comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth. Of course, this was a story for later. As for now, the battle was still ongoing. The vast wilderness had been destroyed. The sky had become even more fragile and could not bear the burden. Chunzong and the Heavenly Yuan Saint shot up into the sky at the same time. In just an instant, the two figures disappeared. In the sky above, the spectators raised their heads and tried their best to look. They could still see the exploding rings of stars. Every time they exploded, countless spatial ripples would appear in the void, and countless spatial cracks would appear. It was a ghastly sight. Up. They kept going up. In the end, even if the spectators stretched their necks, they could not see any spatial cracks. However, they could still hear extremely violent sounds coming from the sky. They were like rolling thunder that resounded throughout heaven and earth. That was the collision between the Jinni and the Heavenly Yuan Saint. The astral wind layer. Chunzong and the Heavenly Yuan Saint exchanged blows. They were constantly torn apart. Countless astral winds were turned into nothingness by the terrifying impact. In an instant, the two figures were like two intersecting dragons. They broke through the astral wind layer and rushed into the heavenly fire layer. The heavenly fire layer was undoubtedly more powerful than the astral wind layer. However, it was still turned into nothingness by the collision between Chunzong and the Heavenly Yuan Saint. The heavenly thunder layer. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Endless attacks came crashing down, but they were all destroyed in an instant and turned into nothingness. In the next moment, Chunzong and the Tianyuan Saint rushed out of the Tianyuan sacred realm and arrived at the edge of the void. It seemed to be a silent world. The collision between the two was extremely powerful and shocking. If it were in the Tianyuan sacred region, it would be earth-shattering. However, in the void of the universe, even the edge of the void was not affected. Even the shocking momentum could not spread far and soon disappeared into nothingness. It was extremely strange. However, neither Chunzong nor the heavenly god Gong paid any attention to this. Instead, they continued to battle. Fight, fight, fight. The more he fought, the more astonishing his battle intent became. The more they fought, the more concentrated Chunzong's sword intent became. Where are they? Where did he go? They should have reached the void of a universe. The 9-star expert who had cultivated a high-level ocular technique condensed his eyes and activated his ocular technique with all his might. It was as if he could see through layers of obstacles. However, his tone was not very sure. Let's go take a look. The 9-star and 8-star experts were all tempted. Perhaps it would be dangerous, but they would be willing to die in the evening. To be able to witness the decisive battle between two of the most powerful people in the world, even if he would die, he would be willing to do so. Moreover, it was only a little dangerous. As long as they were careful, they would not die. They might even gain something. In an instant, many figures rushed into the sky and broke through the astral wind layer, the heavenly fire layer, and the heavenly thunder layer. They also reached the edge of the void of the universe. From afar, they saw the two figures fighting fiercely. A golden ring that was a few meters in size slashed through the air. However, the void of the universe was many times stronger than the Tianyuan sacred realm. Such a powerful attack could not even cause ripples in the void. However, no one dared to ignore it. Sky's slashing ring of 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chunzong, on the other hand, brandished his sword. That strike gave off a casual and unrestrained feeling. It was like a child brandishing a tree branch without any pattern. It was very rough, but there was an extreme profoundness to it. Everyone's eyes were attracted by that sword. Their minds were also drawn in and immersed in it. Then, their expressions changed drastically. They felt as if their minds had been ruthlessly stabbed by a sword. They could not help but spit out mouthfuls of blood. Their hearts ached faintly. Sort of one mind. Not only did Heavenly God Gong's techniques become purer and more powerful, but Chunzong's sword also became sharper as it was honed. They were not targeted. They were attracted to it just by looking at it. Then, their minds were hurt. Even the 9-star experts were no exception. Don't look at Jindi's sword. The 9-star experts all closed their eyes. Their voices were trembling from fear. Instantly, the eyes of these 8-star and 9-star powerhouses started to wander. This was because they realized that if they focused on Jindi's sword, their minds would be hurt. They would feel as if their minds were being torn apart. If they focused on Heavenly God Gong's fist, they would feel as if they were being crushed. However, they did not want to miss such an unprecedented battle. What should they do? They could only let their eyes wander. Instead of focusing on their attacks, they could only vaguely capture the scene of the battle. In this way, they would not miss this battle. They wanted to know the final result. Who would win? Seeing it with their own eyes was always more exciting than hearing it from others. This was not only an unprecedented battle, but also a battle that would last for generations. The fierce battle was like an oven. It removed the impurities and left the essence behind. Sort of 3 hearts, 2 minds. Suddenly, there seemed to be 5 phantoms on Chunzong's body. They all swung their swords at the same time. 6 swords. The sword of 3 hearts, 2 minds had reached perfection. When the 6 swords combined into one, they were even more powerful. Heavenly God Gong was caught off guard and was struck by the sword. His body was penetrated, and he flew backward as if he was about to be torn apart. The terrifying sword chi exploded inside his body. The outcome of this battle was going to determine his life and death. As such, Chunzong had no intention of holding back. If he killed him, he killed him. No matter how outstanding he was, it was still the same. If he was an enemy, he would be killed. Up until now, both of them had been constantly improving. It was as if their potential was limitless. They were getting stronger. They were becoming more and more powerful. It was horrifying. They were like 2 monsters, improving endlessly. Jindi seemed to be improving faster and had the upper hand. After injuring Heavenly God Gong, Chunzong continued to attack without hesitation. Slash! 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 Heavenly God Gong was struck again and again. His body trembled as endless sword intent invaded his body and ravaged his body. The pain caused Heavenly God Gong's face to twist as he howled in pain. However, in the next moment, the golden flames that were about to be extinguished suddenly expanded. They soared into the sky and exceeded the original 100 meters. It was as if they had broken the limit. Immediately afterward, the golden flames began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, they shrank continuously with 10 meters as the base. It was as if they were about to become substantial. Shrink continuously. Finally, they shrank to 10 meters in size. The golden flames that were 10 meters in size didn't seem as large as the golden flames that were 100 meters in size. However, the aura they contained was several times more powerful. Their battle intent became more and more astonishing, more and more powerful, and more terrifying. With a tremor, streaks of shattered sword intent shot out from Heavenly God Gong's body. Jindi, Chunzong, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your sword, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique to the phenomenal success stage. Heavenly God Gong, was enshrouded in golden flames. His eyes were burning with golden divine flames, and his voice was as aloof as that of a heavenly god. However, there was an extremely intense battle intent that surged out and shrouded the void. Chunzong's heart couldn't help but tremble under this pressure. Even his heart's sword intent seemed to be vibrating. Battle intent. What a powerful battle intent. It was a battle intent that made one tremble uncontrollably. Trembling, but also excited. Heavenly God Gong had become even more powerful. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong's heart's sword intent stabilized. An even sharper sword light shot out from his eyes. It was so sharp that it seemed as if it could tear apart the void of the universe. The more determined, tenacious, and resilient one's heart became, and the stronger one's sword desire became. An extremely astonishing sword intent gushed out and became stronger bit by bit. Fight! Heavenly God Gong punched out. The battle intent fist pierced through the void. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat, but he only had time to block with his sword. He was immediately struck and flew back several thousand meters. He felt his muscles and bones go numb. His blood was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Sky-severing ring of 9 heavens and 10 earths. After injuring Chunzong with a punch, Heavenly God Gong immediately waved his hands. A 10-meter-long sky-severing ring condensed. As Heavenly God Gong closed his arms, it condensed and compressed into a 1-meter-long sky-severing ring. It was as if it was solid and made of golden divine metal. It tore through the void and attacked. This attack was even more terrifying than the 100-meter-long sky-severing ring of 9 heavens. It was extremely condensed and flawless. Power. The power of the Taichu sword essence technique, the power of the mid-level spirit body, the power of the divine flower, and all the other powers were mobilized by Chunzong and poured into his heart sword intent. Sword of 3 hearts, 2 minds. 6 sword lights converged into one. At first it was silent. Then it seemed as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. In an instant, the sword lights were shattered by the sky-severing ring. The sky-severing ring paused for a moment, then split into 2. Heavenly God Gong waved his hands. It seemed as if he was controlling the 2 halves of the sky-severing ring to attack Chunzong from the left and right. Attack! In the blink of an eye, thousands of swords bloomed in the void and left countless sword scars. The thousands of swords split into 2 and attacked the 2 halves of the sky-severing ring. However, Heavenly God Gong suddenly stopped paying attention to the sky-severing ring. He raised his hands high and another golden sun condensed. This sun instantly expanded to a 100-meter-long sky-severing ring and exuded boundless light and heat. However, in the next instant, the sun continued to compress. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. In the blink of an eye, it was compressed to a 10-meter-long sky-severing ring. A 10-meter-long sky-severing ring appeared above Heavenly God Gong's head. The light and heat radiating from it became even more intense. In the distance, the half-step great sage cultivators felt as if their bodies were about to be melted into nothingness. They had no choice but to retreat even further. This kind of heat wasn't just the heat of their bodies. It was also the heat of their minds. Chapter 19:13. First update, Rumble. Even though it was difficult for sound to travel through the void of the universe, the sound was still very shocking. It reverberated in all directions and spread far and wide. That was an explosion. An earth-shattering explosion occurred in the void of the universe. From afar, it looked like a small star had exploded. Its power was extremely terrifying. Endless golden flames spewed out from the explosion and covered all directions within 100 meters of the void of the universe. 100 meters seemed very small, but this was the void of the universe. If it landed in the Tian-Yuan sacred realm, it would be at least 5,000 meters long. A crack of at least 5,000 meters long would be created from the explosion. Palpitations, palpitations, palpitations that originated from the depths of one's soul. Extremely powerful golden flames spewed out and swept across the universe like raging waves. Wave after wave of explosions created a terrifying heat that could incinerate everything. The astonishing momentum surged endlessly, and the astonishing aura also continued to spread to an even more distant place. In a distant place, a figure that was traveling through the void of the universe seemed to have sensed something. His eyes shone with an extremely cold light as he stared at the figure. The heavenly god, Gong, stood in the void. The golden flames that were 10 meters in size burned endlessly. Golden divine flames burned in his eyes as he stared ahead. He stared at the golden energy that was still exploding but was gradually shrinking. That was the power of the true yang space-shattering strike of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The attack seemed to have suppressed the void and struck Jiandi Chunzong with absolute combat power. The heavenly god Gong knew that even he would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. It's finally over, the heavenly god Gong thought to himself. This was because he could feel that Jiandi's aura was weakening and declining as the true yang space-shattering strike slowly shrank. It was as if it had completely disappeared. A sense of relief filled the heavenly god Gong's heart. The shadow in his heart had been swept away, and the thorn in his heart had also been pulled out. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. Now this was the 6th time. This would also be the last time. After this, there will no longer be a Jiandi in this world. There will only be me, the Sky Yuan Holy Sun. Boundless lofty sentiments grew from the depths of his heart and turned into raging waves that gushed out. From now on, he would soar into the heavens and glimpse the great saint realm. Then, he would enter the void of the universe and embark on the path of becoming stronger. Jiandi, Chunzong, the heavenly god Gong stared at the shrinking golden flames, and he could sense that Jiandi's aura had completely disappeared. He couldn't help but murmur, "I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have risked my life to enter the great mystery cave, and I wouldn't have obtained the inheritance of the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle techniques. I wouldn't have been able to advance step by step, and I wouldn't have been able to break through my limits and surpass myself time and time again." The heavenly god Gong fell into a daze as he muttered to himself. At this moment, he fell into deep thought and memories. The first time, in the Tianyuan ruins, he had relied on his extraordinary strength to stop everything. However, because of his pride, he had not been willing to make a move. He had only suppressed the enemy with his force field. To his surprise, Chunzong had actually broken through the suppression of his force field and defeated him. That was the first time they had clashed. He had not lost, but he had suffered a loss. However, the heavenly god Gong had not taken Chunzong seriously at that time. After all, he was the holy son of the great mystery holy palace. His status was lofty, and his talent was unparalleled. He could be said to be the number 1 person in the Tianyuan holy realm. He had suffered a loss only because he had not made a move and had not shown his true strength. Chunzong had been lucky enough to win some face, but that was all. If they met again, he would just take care of Chunzong as easily as flicking an ant to death. The heavenly god Gong remembered very clearly that the second time they had met was when they had entered the land of inheritance of the Emperor Lingwu to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor Lingwu. At that time, the heavenly god Gong had planned to kill Chunzong. However, he had been limited by the environment at that time. Of course, it was also because Chunzong's battle prowess had become much stronger than before. He had even vaguely sensed that Chunzong was already able to contend with him. However, the heavenly god Gong had been confident that he could kill Chunzong as long as he used his full strength. However, because he had to fight for the inheritance, he could not afford any delay. In the end, he had left Chunzong on the first level. The inheritance on the first level should be the worst. He had won that battle. What the heavenly god Gong did not know was that although he seemed to have won that battle, Chunzong had gained much more than him. The third time was in the king-naming pagoda. In the king-naming pagoda, he had detonated the nine-colored heavenly flower and become a peerless genius. He had stunned the entire Tianyuan sacred territory. He had thought that he was the most powerful person of his generation. However, he had not expected Qinzong to break his record and reach the top. He had surpassed the Lingwu Emperor, who had originally been the first and obtained the title of Jindi. This time, he had directly suppressed the heavenly god Gong, which also meant that he had defeated the king-naming clone that he had left behind. He had lost in a battle of the same cultivation level. To a certain extent, that was his failure. Only then did the heavenly god Gong take Qinzong seriously. He regarded him as a lifelong rival and a formidable opponent. After that, he worked even harder. With the resources of the Taishan sacred palace and his own talent, he continued to cultivate and improve. In just a few years, he had improved by leaps and bounds. In the end, he had become a cultivator who was half a step away from the great saint level. He had reached the elite 6-star level. He had surpassed his peers and surpassed the previous generation. What came with great strength was even greater self-confidence. The heavenly god Gong was certain that he would definitely be able to defeat the Jindi Qinzong. This was because he was not inferior to Qinzong in terms of talent, birth, or background. He had worked so hard and worked so hard. However, he had not expected that although the battle in the city lord's office of Taishan City had been fierce, Qinzong had gained the upper hand in the end. If it had not been for the life-saving secret treasure that the Taishan Sacred Palace had given him, which was enough to withstand the attack of an ordinary 9-star level, he would have been killed by Qinzong's sword. He would not be where he was now. In the past, he had only felt indignant. However, after the fourth battle, he had felt humiliated. This was because the two of them had really fought head-on. They had fought with their full strength. His guards had even helped him. He had also had the protective secret treasure of the Taishan Sacred Palace with him. In the end, he had still been at a disadvantage. He had been suppressed and had almost died. How could a proud person like the heavenly god Gong endure such humiliation? It was also because of this that the heavenly god Gong had taken the unconventional path and taken the initiative to ask to enter the Taishan Cave. The Taishan Cave was known to be a place of death. Since the establishment of the Taishan Sacred Palace, dozens of peerless geniuses had entered it. Some of them were strong, some of them were weak. However, no one had come out alive. It was also because of this that the Taishan Cave was very secretive. However, in the end, the heavenly god Gong had still entered the Taishan Cave. He had almost died in the Taishan Cave. If the will of this world had not suddenly awakened, he would have died under the protection of Providence. However, he had not died in the end. Not only had he survived, but he had also obtained the inheritance of the Taishan Cave, the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. This was an inheritance that was only born for battle. The protection of Providence. The inheritance of the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. An even more powerful constitution. All these things had made him even more powerful. This kind of combat strength was extremely powerful. It also gave the heavenly god Gong an even more astonishing confidence. Fight, defeat, kill. It was imperative to remove the thorn in his heart and erase the shadow in his heart. The 5th battle began. In the sky, the heavenly god Gong's battle intent soared. He wantonly unleashed his power, forcing Qinzong to retreat and suppress him time and time again. Although Qinzong was very tenacious, the heavenly god Gong was confident that as long as the battle continued, he would definitely be able to defeat and even kill his opponent. However, that battle was not over. This was because a purgatory ghost king suddenly attacked. Left with no choice, the two of them could only join forces to fight the purgatory ghost king. However, they were also greatly exhausted and had no choice but to temporarily retreat. Realizing that he was still not strong enough, the heavenly god Gong began to cultivate in seclusion again, continuously increasing his combat strength. He only needed to wait for the next time he came out of seclusion to truly defeat Jiandi Qinzhou. After experiencing the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost Race Army, he had killed tens of thousands of soldiers with his own strength. He had even defeated a Ghost King. His battle intent had been further tempered. The 9 Heavens 10 Earths battle technique had been further refined, and his combat strength had been further enhanced. He continued to cultivate in seclusion. He felt that he could improve, and so could Jiandi. This was not an opponent that he could underestimate. He had to master even more power in order to defeat, and kill Jiandi in a direct confrontation. Now, his improvement had already reached an extreme. The 6th battle. This was also the last battle. Sure enough, Jiandi lived up to his reputation as a Jiandi. His sword intent was astonishing to the extreme, and his sword techniques were peerlessly sharp and terrifying. The battle intent condensed by his 9 Heavens 10 Earths battle technique would become more and more powerful as he continued to battle. However, Jiandi's potential seemed to be limitless. It was also constantly increasing and strengthening. At one point, he was suppressed and repeatedly struck by Jiandi's sword. He was severely injured. However, at the most critical moment, he ushered in a breakthrough and mastered the 9 Heavens 10 Earths battle technique. His battle intent was compressed and condensed, and his combat strength increased by several times. Only then was he able to suppress Qinzhou and use his most powerful 9 Heavens 10 Earths true Yang space-shattering strike to strike Qinzhou. Memories flowed like flowing water. They were as clear as a picture scroll flashing through his mind. Looking at the compressed golden flames, the heavenly god Gong suddenly let out a long sigh. With this sigh, he sighed out the darkness in his heart and also sighed out the joy of defeating and killing the Sword Emperor. Perhaps he would never be able to find an opponent like Jiandi in the future. Even if more powerful opponents appeared in the future, none of them could compare to Jiandi. His enmity and killing intent were all reduced to nothingness at this moment. All of the conflicts in the past seemed to be nothing more than illusions and bubbles, disappearing into nothingness. Thank you, Jiandi Qinzhou. From now on, it will be difficult to find someone like you, an opponent like you, who can leave such an unforgettable impression on me. The heavenly god Gong clasped his hands behind his back and heaved a long sigh. Goodbye, Jiandi. I'll build a sword tomb for you and plant sword bamboos all over it. When green blossoms fill the sky next year, I'll drink with you for 3 days. May your soul return to heaven and earth with no regrets. Chapter 19:14. The void of the universe was dark, deep, profound, and boundless. Everyone stared at the golden flame that was gradually dying down, shrinking, and on the verge of extinguishing. Their expressions were solemn, regretful, and sorrowful, dimming and dimming under the light of the flame. The Jiandi of a generation had fallen and become extinct. From now on, there would only be legends about him in the world. That was all, and it made people sigh. However, at the same time, the heavenly Yuan Holy Sun's name would truly resound throughout the ages and reign supreme over his generation. No matter how peerless a person was, if he died, everything would be for naught. All that was left was his reputation. The golden flame had shrunk to the extreme and would be completely extinguished in the next breath. Heavenly God Gong, what kind of flowers do you like? When you die, I'll build a grave for you, plant flowers, and send you off with fine wine. Suddenly, a fleeting voice sounded in the void of the universe. It was ethereal, but also extremely forceful and sharp. It seemed to have emerged directly from the deepest part of everyone's hearts, appearing directly in their minds and souls. What? Heavenly God Gong couldn't help but tremble. The trace of disappointment on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by shock. The spectators in the distance were also extremely shocked. They all looked around to find the person who had spoken. In the end, everyone's gazes focused on the extinguished golden flame. A figure stood there. His robes were tattered, and there seemed to be many places on his body that were char-black. He seemed to be in a sorry state. However, his aura was peerless, and his extremely sharp sword intent soared into the sky. Not only did it wash away his sorry state, but it also gave him an indescribable and peerless aura. Anyone who saw him would automatically ignore his tattered robes and his seemingly sorry state. They would exclaim from the depths of their hearts, "What a peerless swordsman!" A swordsman! At this moment, Chunzong had removed all aura, leaving only his extremely pure sword intent, which became even sharper and sharper. It was as if he had washed away all his glory. The heavenly God Gong's final attack, the 9 heavens 10 earths true yang space-shattering strike, was indeed extremely powerful. Chunzong was unable to dodge the attack, and was struck directly. He had thought that he would definitely die, but due to the intensity of the battle, Chunzong had forgotten that he was wearing the Heart Seal treasure robe. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Heart Seal treasure robe, which weakened 70% of the power. Although the remaining 30% was still extremely terrifying and unbearable for Chunzong. Chunzong performed the Freedom State and the Unbreakable Golden Body at the critical moment, which further increased the defense of his body. He controlled and mobilized all of his power to resist the attack, which stimulated his body's potential. In the end, in the face of death, he had further unearthed the potential of his heart sword intent. Only then was he able to withstand the destructive might of that attack and survive. The heart sword intent was even purer. It was controlled by the heart and displayed by the sword. Chunzong was able to further comprehend the mysteries within. The more tenacious his mind was, the more powerful his sword intent was. In the end, he unified all of his power and covered his entire body with sword intent. Finally, he blocked that extremely terrifying explosion. Although he looked a little disheveled, in reality, he had not suffered any injuries. In fact, he had even benefited greatly from this and had made a breakthrough. Just now, he had not said anything and allowed the heavenly God Gong to talk to himself because he had been on the verge of death and did not have the energy to pay attention to him. Now that he had finished his epiphany, he could not let the heavenly God Gong continue his one-man show. It was time for this battle to come to a conclusion. Victory or defeat, life or death. Since the heavenly God Gong thought that he was dead, he wanted to build a sword tomb for him, plant sword bamboos, and drink through his heart's content for 3 days so that his name could be passed down. Then, after killing the heavenly God Gong, he would also do his best to build a tomb for him. He would bury him in it, plant some things, and send him off with fine wine. That was how it should be. Jindy, since you're not dead, let's fight again. Disappointment, astonishment, and shock all flashed past before finally disappearing like smoke. Only his battle intent remained. The golden flames that were originally burning 10 meters tall on his body had already become gentle, as if they were about to be extinguished. However, now, they were burning fiercely again, as if they were going to burn the void. That was battle intent. When battle intent became stronger, the golden flames would also become astonishingly powerful. If battle intent was restrained, the golden flames would also be restrained, and they would not be so dazzling and intense. Fight! The heavenly God Gong's power did not seem to have weakened after continuously using his most powerful techniques. This was the terrifying aspect of the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. The more he fought, the more his battle intent would be condensed. It was as if his power would never be exhausted. Of course, this did not mean that his battle intent would never be exhausted. It could only be maintained at its peak. To a certain extent, it was similar to the realm of freedom, but it was also different. That was only brought about by the cultivation method. However, the realm of freedom was a superior realm and was more comprehensive. In an instant, the heavenly God Gong attacked again. Both of his fists transformed into a storm and blasted out continuously. The golden fists covered the void and blasted toward Chunzong from all directions. In an instant, they condensed into a fist, an ultimate fist. That huge fist was burning with golden flames, and its battle intent was unparalleled. The fist was unparalleled and could destroy everything. It was as if everything in its path would be shattered. This was only the prelude to the attack. His hands swept out, and a golden ring that was 10 meters long was condensed. It was instantly compressed to 1 meter, and its edges were as sharp as blades. As it spun, it carried an extremely terrifying sharpness that could tear through everything, as if it was tearing the void of the universe apart. 9 heavens, 10 earths, space, slashing ring. The third attack. 9 heavens, 10 earths, true, sun, space, shattering strike. A golden sun that was 100 meters long condensed, burning and rolling continuously. It was quickly compressed to 10 meters, as if it had become solid. It was incomparably heavy, and its light illuminated everything, burning everything into nothingness. Boom! The most powerful attack was unleashed. After 3 consecutive attacks, the heavenly god gong did not stop. Therefore, such an attack was unable to truly kill Chenzong. This time, it was unlikely that it would be able to do so as well. Then, it was time for the 4th attack. It could also be said that the previous 3 consecutive attacks were a preparation for the 4th attack. The 4th attack was also when he thought that after killing Chenzong, he had removed a thorn in his heart and erased a shadow in his heart. His mind was suddenly clear, and in an instant he had also comprehended a trace of his own path from the 9 heavens, 10 earths battle technique. After all, the inheritance of the 9 heavens, 10 earths battle technique was created by someone else. Only by thoroughly comprehending it and turning it into his own could it become his own. Defeating Chenzong was the beginning of his own path. In an instant, the golden flames became even more blazing and extremely violet. Endless golden light gushed out and shot into the sky, majestic in the void of the universe. The heavenly god Gong stretched out his hands. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched, as if he was holding an invisible saber hilt. The 5 fingers of his left hand clasped gently, as if they were holding an invisible saber hilt. Golden light surged, flowing and colliding between his left and right hands, transforming into the shape of a saber. He unsheathed the saber. In an instant, the extremely shocking sound of saber rang out in the void of the universe, shocking all directions. This saber was unparalleled. The golden saber was unsheathed, and golden light gushed out. The saber hilt disappeared as the saber aura pulsed. The heavenly god Gong held the saber hilt with both hands, and with extreme battle intent and sharpness, he gathered all his strength and poured it into the saber. The saber slashed out diagonally. In an instant, endless saber aura tore through the void, as if it was going to tear the void of the universe apart. However, the golden saber aura was uneven and seemed unstable. It was undeniable that it contained an extremely terrifying power. This saber attack was the most suitable martial Dao for the heavenly god Gong. Perhaps its power was not as tyrannical and violent as the 9 heavens, 10 earths true yang space-shattering strike, but it was more complete. This was a saber that belonged to him. The moment this saber attack was unleashed, the heavenly god Gong felt an indescribable sense of enlightenment. From now on, he would use the 9 heavens, 10 earths battle technique to perfect a more suitable battle technique for himself. That would be the battle technique that belonged to him. The heavenly god Gong had a premonition that when he perfected his own battle technique and martial Dao, he would step into the great sage stage. Everything would start with this saber attack. This was the starting point of his battle technique and martial Dao, and it was also the end point of Jiani Chenzong. Chenzong swung his sword and executed the 3 hearts sword technique to the extreme. He shattered the fist and the space-shattering ring. He also collided with the true yang space-shattering strike, which instantly dissipated. In order to thank you, I will send you off with my most powerful sword attack. Chenzong stared at the exploding golden flames in front of him. Through the golden flames, he stared at the peerless saber aura that was slashing toward him. He flicked his sword, and the sword chime was melodious and peerless. In an instant, he entered the realm of freedom. His heart domain expanded and merged with his heart sword intent. Then, it instantly transformed into the heart sword domain. 10,000 swords greeting the ancestor. 1,000 streaks of sword chi condensed in the void, refining the swords into threads. Every streak of sword chi was condensed to the extreme and exuded an extremely shocking sharpness. In an instant, 1,000 streaks of sword chi condensed toward the center. 10,000 swords returned to one. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 streaks of sword chi that were condensed to the extreme turned into a thicker streak of sword chi. It wriggled in the void like a dragon snake, and the aura it exuded was extremely terrifying. Even 9-star cultivators felt a piercing pain in their eyes when they looked at it from afar. It was as if the sword chi had pierced through their eyes and caused them to scream in pain. Some of them even closed their eyes and trembled nonstop. A trickle of blood flowed down from the corners of their eyes. In the next instant, that streak of sword chi instantly merged with the long sword formed by the heart sword intent. The long sword suddenly trembled, as if it was unable to withstand such power. This sword attack is called the Sword of Heart Refinement. Take this. Chunzong's voice was tinged with a hint of indifference due to his realm of freedom. It was chilling. He swung his sword. He seemed to be able to clearly see the trajectory of that sword attack, but it also seemed to be an illusion. There was no sword light. That sword light seemed to have merged directly with the void. Heavenly God Gong felt a sense of horror in his heart. It was as if that sword attack had directly struck his heart and destroyed his mind and will. All of a sudden, the heavenly god Gong's mind shuddered as an indescribable pain swept through his body. He felt as if his mind and body were being torn apart. In the next instant, the golden flames on heavenly god Gong's body paused and gradually extinguished. The divine flames in his eyes were also extinguished. A sword mark appeared between his eyebrows and continued downward. It was as if his body had been split into two. He fell. Chapter 19:15. Fall, fall, fall. What fell was not only a figure, but also a symbol, as if a pillar of heaven had collapsed. In many people's hearts, the Tian Yuan saint was a symbol, and so was the Jindy. No matter who died, it was a loss to the Tian Yuan sacred region, and it was worth mourning for the people of the Tian Yuan sacred region. The center of heavenly god Gong's eyebrows split open, and blood flowed down. His eyes dimmed, and the golden flames on his body were completely extinguished. He kept falling down. Meanwhile, Chunzong was being forced back by the heavenly palace god's final saber strike. The Sword of Heart Refinement was a move that Chunzong had unleashed his potential in the face of death. He had further unearthed the potential of his heart sword will. He was not familiar with it at first, so he could only do it step by step. Once he mastered it, he would be able to do it in one go. This sword move was different from other ultimate moves. The heart refinement returned to one sword slashed both the body and the heart. In other words, it first slashed the heart, causing one to feel as if they were being slashed apart. It affected the body, causing cracks to appear on the body as if it was being slashed apart. Even heavenly god Gong could not block this move, which showed how terrifying it was. This was also a move that was difficult to block. At the very least, ordinary means would not be able to block it at all. This was because this move was like the power of the heart. It was unfathomable. Slashing out with this sword, Chunzong had used up all of his strength, his essence, chi, spirit, and even the power of his will. He felt as if he had been sucked dry. Weakness surged out from the depths of his heart, wave after wave. Although heavenly god Gong's move was not perfect, and its destructive power was not as strong as the vacuum space shattering strike, it was superior in that it was continuous. Unable to dodge, Chunzong was immediately hit. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Heart Seal treasure robe, which blocked the blade light and prevented his body from being torn apart. It also weakened the power of the attack by 70%, leaving only 30%. The defensive power of the heart-sealed treasure robe was evident. Not only did it weaken the power of the attack by 70%, but as long as the heart-sealed treasure robe could not break Shinzong's body, it would be difficult for sharp weapons like swords and sabers to destroy his body. On the contrary, heavy weapons such as axes and hammers might be more effective. The remaining 30% of the attack's power was still very shocking. Shinzong could only keep retreating to reduce the force. He could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. In just a moment, he had retreated thousands of meters. Even under that stunning golden saber light, he was still retreating. Retreat, retreat, retreat. In the blink of an eye, Shinzong had retreated tens of thousands of meters. The power of the golden saber light was finally exhausted. Shinzong's body trembled, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Feeling waves of weakness and helplessness, he hurriedly took out a pill and consumed it. He quickly circulated the 8th layer of the primordial sword origin technique to refine it. Unfortunately, at his current cultivation level, it was difficult to find a better medicinal pill. The recovery effect was very ordinary. After all, the current Tianyuan sacred region had not fully recovered. Even if it recovered and became stronger, it would have more natural treasures. Cultivators would need to research and create better pills. However, it was better than nothing. Shinzong planned to recover some of his strength first before returning to the Tianyuan sacred region. Otherwise, the waves of weakness that were surging from his body and heart would be very uncomfortable. He circulated the primordial sword origin technique and the spirit control technique. His essence, qi, and spirit were constantly recovering, and the feeling of weakness was gradually disappearing. The spectators looked at Shinzong and flew down. They planned to catch the heavenly god Gong's corpse. No matter what, the heavenly god of the Tianyuan sacred palace was a powerful cultivator. He was a peerless genius who had made great contributions to the Tianyuan sacred region. He could not simply die like this. He should be given a grand burial, so that the Tianyuan sacred region would remember him forever. Shinzong also planned to return to the Tianyuan sacred region after he had recovered some of his essence, qi, and spirit. He would personally build a great tomb for the heavenly god Gong. After a while, he had refined all of the pills. His essence, qi, and spirit had recovered a little, and the feeling of weakness had disappeared. Shinzong stared into the endless void. There was only darkness in the distance. It seemed to contain extremely deep mysteries, and it also seemed to contain extreme danger. The mysteries continued to attract Shinzong. The desire to explore them grew from the depths of his heart, and he wanted to take action. However, his rationality stopped him from doing so. It was still not possible. Although he was already very powerful, he was still somewhat lacking if he wanted to truly explore the void of the universe. At the very least, he had to break through to the illuminating God state. Only then would he be truly qualified. Now, he should return to the Tianyuan sacred region and cultivate properly. Now that the situation in the Tianyuan sacred region had stabilized, he could once again head to the eternal battle fort to further understand the mysteries of the universe. He would strive to improve himself to the peak in a shorter period of time, and then break through to the illuminating God state. The illuminating God state was the standard to truly explore the void of the universe, but it was not that easy to achieve. According to Shinzong's knowledge, there had not been a supreme saint in the Tianyuan sacred region for more than 100,000 years. It was as if there was a gap. He exhaled a long breath, but the breath turned into nothingness in the void. There was no qi of the universe or air in the void. Fortunately, cultivators at Shinzong's level could survive even without air. Otherwise, he would have suffocated to death. Withdrawing his gaze, Shinzong turned around, intending to return to the Tianyuan sacred region. The battle with heavenly god Gong was very fierce. As they fought, they could not help but fly more than 100,000 meters away from the Tianyuan sacred region. Zong also realized that his flying speed in the void of the universe was far slower than in the Tianyuan sacred region. He felt that there was no restriction in the void of the universe, but there was some kind of suppression. It was very strange, and it was not something he could understand at the moment. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure flashed in front of Zong like a stream of light. Zong couldn't help but focus his gaze over, and he was faintly able to capture a wisp of a figure that was swiftly approaching. At the same time, an extreme feeling of danger assaulted his face, and it shot straight into the depths of his heart while alarm rang out. The heart-sword intent gave Zong a stronger will, and at the same time, it made Zong more sensitive to danger. It seemed to be a void beast, a terrifying beast that lived in the void of the universe. It was born with a huge body and extremely powerful strength. It was very terrifying, and it was one of the sources of danger everywhere in the void of the universe. The extreme sense of danger made Zong realize that things were not good. His calm mind also made Zong realize that he had to leave as soon as possible. He had to return to the Tianyuan sacred region as soon as possible. As long as he returned to the Tianyuan sacred region, the void beast would not chase after him. The void beast would only live in the void of the universe and would not enter the world of life. That would suppress them, and their combat power would be greatly reduced. If he was not careful, he could be besieged and killed. That was a memory that originated from the void beast's bloodline that had been passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, as long as he entered the Tianyuan sacred region, the void beast would not chase after him. Fast, 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 even faster. However, the distance of tens of thousands of meters seemed to be extremely far, especially when he had yet to fully recover his strength. However, he still had the freedom state. Under the freedom state, as long as he still had strength, he could exert it to the extreme. However, he could not maintain it for long. He hoped that he could hurry back to the Tianyuan sacred region. Zong's idea was beautiful, but the reality was difficult to understand. The void beast's speed was obviously faster because it had reached the spirit realm. In an instant, a black light flashed in front of Zong's eyes. The void beast blocked his way 10,000 meters away. Zong hurriedly stopped and stared at it. He almost could not maintain the freedom state. It was a pitch-black, gigantic snake with a triangular head. It had a pair of pitch-black eyes, but in the center of its pupils, there was an extreme shade of scarlet, emitting a terrifying light that was extremely cold. Being stared at, Zong felt his entire body turn cold. The coldness gushed out from the depths of his body, almost freezing his body and soul. The giant snake was 10,000 meters long and more than 100 meters thick. Its black body was covered with scarlet lines that crisscrossed with each other. It was very complicated. Zong felt dizzy just by looking at it. An astonishing aura was constantly emitting from the giant snake's body. It poured out overwhelmingly. Even though the void of the universe was so vast, Zong could still feel it clearly. It was as heavy as an ancient black mountain, crushing him and making it difficult for him to move. It was also as if he was frozen by endless black ice. His body was stiff, and his chi and blood were stagnant. This kind of aura was too horrible. Although Zong had met some spirit realm experts in the eternal battle fort, they had deliberately restrained their auras. But now, the void beast did not restrain its aura. Instead, it emitted it wantonly, suppressing all directions. Zong saw a trace of mockery in the giant eyes of the void beast. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. The void beast not only had an extremely strong power and a huge body, but also a superior intelligence that was not inferior to that of the human clan. It was totally incomparable to the demonic beasts. It could be said that the void beast itself was a powerful and high-end race. What should I do? Zong's mind was spinning crazily. He wanted to surpass the limit, but he could not think of a way. In the next moment, the void beast opened its bloody mouth. An astonishing suction force suddenly filled the air. It was like a whirlpool flowing backward, covering everything in front of it. Zong could not resist at all. He was directly sucked into the void beast's mouth by the astonishing suction force. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zong's body disappeared into the void beast's mouth. The void beast closed its mouth and swept its cold gaze across. Then, with a shake of its body and a flick of its tail, it turned into a streak of black light and flew away. In the Tianyuan sacred region, a figure kept falling. It penetrated through the heavenly lightning, heavenly fire, and astral winds. It was as if its entire body was burning. It fell head first with boundless power. In the sky above, numerous figures quickly descended and rushed towards that figure, wanting to catch him. In an instant, a golden light seemed to sweep out from the void. It wrapped around heavenly Godgong's body and disappeared before everyone's eyes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.